Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, I'd like to welcome you to the India Cements Pro Championship 2023 being played at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course at Chennai. This tournament offers a prize fund of 50 lakh and the format of the tournament is a stroke play. I am your host Shaurya Singh, joined alongside your co-host Aditya Raj Chauhan, and we'll be taking you through the proceedings of the penultimate day here at Chennai. Leading the proceedings currently is Sunit Bishnoi, being followed by Akshay Sharma at 9 under par. Lots of good scores, Aditya. What's your feeling? I think all of us are excited about this tournament.
Good morning to one and all. Suprabhat. We are getting you the live coverage of round three, which is the India Cements Pro Championship held for the first time at Cosmopolitan Golf Course, TNGF, Tamil Nadu Golf Federation. Here you can have a look at the drone shots of the beautiful, lush, green, sunny afternoon coming up for you guys at Chennai. We need to be a little grateful for the day's coverage as we had a very heavy rainfall covering the entire city, and luckily the sun's out so that we can get you some nice coverage being telecasted live on your screens. Here's a first look at the last winner, Karan Pratap Singh, hailing from NCR.
Some fantastic scoring this week thus far. We've seen a total of 45 tied players who are making the cut, and the number would go to about 54 if you count them individually. The cut being applied at 1 over. Some notable players, unfortunately, not able to make the weekend. And the PGTI is staying true to its form, being really competitive. There on our screens is C. Muniappa, the erstwhile Indian Open champion. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're talking about heavyweights, look no further. What a player, a great story indeed. And he's somebody who is almost like rising from the ashes like a phoenix, making his comeback. And it's good to see him. And of course, the young buck here, Karan Pratap Singh. कहते हैं कि इनका गेम इतना तगड़ा है, बॉल बहुत अच्छी मारते हैं, एंड प्लेज रियली वेल.
Yeah, I'm quite fortunate to have him see him practice every day, day in, day out. We do it at the same facility, but Karan in recent forms has struck gold. His last few finishes have been numero uno, one, and second, that also in a playoff in the last two tournaments. So watch out for this fiery young lad.
Yes, the tour now, you see it's inundated with young talent. You see them coming to the fore. Let's have a look at this swing. Karan again, and one of those young athletic players, really gets through that ball well and shows you how the Indian players are progressing, putting a lot more time in the gym and reaping the rewards. As we go further down, we have international flavor Jamal Hussain at 8 under par for the tournament. So, and talking about another player from Bangladesh, we have Badal Hussain here, also in this group. As we look at Chinnaswamy Muniappa, classical golf swing.
Yes, talking about heavyweights, as you just mentioned, Muniappa is one of the star players who has accomplished international wins under his belt. None other than the most coveted Indian Open.
Yes, even if he is to stop playing today, he can always have that great trophy on his mantle, something that every Indian will be proud of. The much coveted, the wanted trophy, the Indian Open Championship. And he's not finished yet. And nor is this man. He's going from strength to strength, is Badal. He's really improved over the last few years, currently sitting in for a tie at 5 under par and 8th position.
All three are off with their tree shots, and it looks like they have striped all three tree shots because none of them had a spot of bother on their expressions. The first two holes are actually one of the simpler holes on this golf course. They give you ample opportunities to get into a very lightning start because both are par fives. So easy on the nerves and very good to start off.
Also, big welcome to all the viewers on ABP at this point in time. If you have any questions, doubts, queries about the great game of golf, please do reach out to us on any of the social media handles on ABP. You can reach us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, anywhere that you think is pertinent, and we'd be happy to answer your questions. And जैसे कहते हैं कि लोगों का थोड़ा सा मिसकंसेप्शन है गोल्फ के बारे में, काफ़ी मुश्किल गेम है, कंफ्यूजिंग है, बट इस सफ़र में हम आपके साथ हैं, आपको बताएंगे ये गेम इतना कंफ्यूजिंग नहीं है. And as you can see, we've produced some great champions, and they've been the pride of our country, like we spoke about Muniappa. There are many others who've really hoisted our flag high. And you can see Anirban Lahiri just the last week having the highest payday for an Indian player. I think there were so many zeros there, it was difficult to count.
Yeah, zeros which he has been accumulating in and been putting titles under his belt has definitely bearing the Indian flag very, very high. Here's the first look at the tallest lad in this field, Harshjeet Sethi.
Looked like a good putt, just about a little bit left there. I thought that it had a little more break, but flummoxed the both of us, the commentator and the player.
Yeah, Chennai has these subtle breaks on the greens which are not that subtle to read. So inside 5 feet, you're looking at reasonable amount of break, especially after the monsoon, which has just been carrying on prolonged, and the heavy rain which we had yesterday would definitely make putting a little bit tricky.
Yeah, one player who doesn't have much issue with putting is this man right here, Om Prakash Chauhan. Fantastic putting stroke that he has. He's really one of those players who've dug the answers from the dirt, works really hard on his game, and has reaped a lot of rewards. Multiple victories. So, I mean, almost closing in on 10. He's a really good talent and very consistent player.
Yeah, we've had a lot of torch bearers for this game, but none other than Om Prakash in recent times from this देश. There have been times when ओपी को जैसे बोलते हैं प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए फैसिलिटी भी नहीं थी, सो इन्होंने अपने हार्डवर्क, शेयर लगन और मेहनत से आउटसाइड फैसिलिटीज में जाके सिर्फ बॉलें मारी हैं. एंड इट सो व्हेन यू सी OP coming into a golf course, he only spends time on the putting greens because that's one thing which he says is not readily available for him.
And now we have हंगा राजा, बड़ा भारी भरकम नाम है और इतने ही तगड़े खिलाड़ी हैं, बहुत लंबी बॉल मारते हैं. जैसे हम अपने व्यूअर्स को बताना चाहेंगे, गोल्फ में भी जोर और ताकत का बड़ा एक मेल ज़रूरी है. जैसे आप क्रिकेट देखते हैं, उसी तरीके से गोल्फ में भी ये फैक्टर बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट है. और जहाँ बात करिए जोर और शोर की, वहाँ गौरव प्रताप सिंह कहाँ दूर रहेंगे. दिस इज अ मैन हु इज नोन टू बी वेरी बॉइस्टरस, aggressive, and also go after a gap of almost over 12 years, I believe, and
Yeah,
that was the longest gap between two victories.
yes, Gaurav Pratap, hailing from NCR, has won his second title after a gap of about 13 or 14 years, which is massive because it a span of interval of that long can actually make you contemplate about so many things. Am I doing things right? Is this the step forward? But इनकी मेहनत, लगन और sheer dedication दिखा सकती है हमें कि age is not a problem in this game. It has to be determination through and through.
जैसे कि कहा जाता है, लोगों ने कहा गौरव प्रताप सिंह को आप फिर से जीतेंगे, कहेंगे नामुमकिन नहीं है, मुश्किल जरूर है. So वही एक एटीट्यूड लेके इन्होंने अपनी विक्ट्री करी थी. एंड seeing him, he's also the son of an army officer, and I see so many players, their background is so similar that the facilities that they provided, and also the bravado and that never say die attitude. He's an exemplary case of that. Very good attitude, and if somebody has to learn the game, I think look no further than Gaurav Pratap Singh, especially your attitude, and that's the kind that you need because golf is a lonesome journey. You know how it is a career in golf. There are often more troughs than peaks. Let's have a look at Thanga Raja here, wielding that three wood like a sword.
Thanga also is one of the prime torchbearers for his nation, Sri Lanka. Seems to have made it in the middle of the fairway. Little anxious look, maybe just a bit, maybe not. This week we are playing preferred lie through and through because of the severe rainfall. So that means if you hit your own fairway, you get a preferred lie option, one club length on either sides, the normal proceedings which we follow. So it definitely pays off for you being hitting more fairways. Last evening I had a chat with the guy who is as present coming second, Akshay Sharma. Akshay Chandigarh se, and he gave me a small brief about what he did yesterday. So his answer was it was his prime ball striking off the tee, which put him in 12 fairways out of 14. So that's the best way to use preferred lie. especially in Chennai where the rough can get very, very sticky.
Yes, absolutely. If you can keep the ball in the fairway, I think that's about 90% of the battle having been won. We always look at players hitting ball long and having fantastic iron approach games, but we tend to miss out the basics. That if you can just keep it in the fairway, uh, time and again, you'll always find those birdie opportunities, and it makes life a lot more easier. As we look at that very beautiful shot, shows you why this is a much wanted career. You walk in the best of conditions and beautiful settings. You play golf. If only you can play well, I think this is an unparalleled life.
Yeah, that's true. If you look at the drone shots, I've heard too many golfers always saying that your their corporate friends or businessmen or anybody look at your office out of your office window and look at where my working conditions are. So of course, green grass is always greener on the other patch. And here's the first look at Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow getting ready to start off his third round.
That's the group of Sanjeev Kumar, Arjun Prasad, and the legend Mukesh Kumar. What a man! This man has so many victories under his belt, and really good to see him turning the clock back around. Over 125 professional victories, and really a man that needs no introduction. I think now well into his 50s, if I believe somewhere in the mid 50s, but still the way he's playing golf is really impressive.
Yeah, it's amazing. Golf in India, and I mean, if golf in India comes up as a conversation, you cannot get out without saying Mukesh Kumar. He is such a big force to reckon with. People have started their careers and ended their careers, but this man is still going strong. इनकी एक काफी फेमस कहावत है जो ये बोलते हैं, ठाकुर साहब अभी तो बॉल बहुत बाकी है इन बाजुओं में. And rightly so. You can see him contending with youngsters, kids who are pretty much half his age.
Yes, on our screens, Sanjeev Kumar would take some inspiration from your lines from Sholay. Shows you that you do know your Bollywood history really well. And Sanjeev seems to have pulled that a little bit through the left as we have a look at Arjun here, who will be seems to be gesticulating that it's gone to the right. So either way, a little bit of trickery being done by the golf ball there.
Yeah, being a coastside venue, Chennai golf course can experience some serious winds. And it's difficult to gauge wind in a tree lined golf course. If you're seaside, you can still understand it's going to come definitely from the ocean factor. But when you're in a golf course which is along the coast side, but it has tree lines, it becomes really difficult because you have clashing winds.
Now a look at Arjun, a very nice classic golf swing. Puts in a lot of time on the range. I see him here at different ranges in Gurugram. Also hailing from an army background. So you can see that the facilities that these players are offered really do play a part, as well as the upbringing. So good on them making the most of it. India does require a lot more sportsmen, and you can see golf being an Olympic sport. It's essential that we produce the next batch of champions, and he could be one of them.
Of course, no doubt. He's had some very good performances, and having known him to an extreme extent, this man is, other than inhaling golf, doing everything about golf to get into that position where he can contend week in, week out. I mean, I think he spends about good 8 hours on the range, 3 hours in the gym.
Now talking about champions, this is मुकेश कुमार. ये हैं बादशाह गोल्फ के इंडिया में जैसे कहा जाता है. एक लेजेंड हैं मुकेश कुमार अपने आप में. ये नाम बहुत है. जब अपने पीक पे थे तो इनका नाम सुन के लोग बोगियां बना देते थे कि टाइगर वुड्स जैसा इफेक्ट होता था इनका. He was really an intimidating factor, and to be fair to him, even now he's a really good ball striker. Puts in a lot of time. इन्होंने बहुत मेहनत करी अपनी यंग एज में. He's the poster boy for hard work and also hailing. I believe his father was also a wrestler at one point in time. That's what I heard. So maybe those really strong sporting genetics is something that he's been able to further. Really, if you want to copy somebody's career and see how you become a champion, that's Mukesh Kumar. Still hitting upwards of 500 golf balls a day. So never taking anything for granted.
Here's a look at Karan looks to be in a spot of bother, but his short game is quite good, so I'm sure he'll be able to get an up and down from here.
We also want to like to talk a little bit about this tournament. This is the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship. It's the ninth event of the 2023 Tata Steel PGTI season, a new event on the PGTI schedule. The Tamil Nadu Golf Federation Cosmo golf course is situated in the heart of the city and spread over an area of 90 acres. This golf course was inaugurated all the way back in 1938, so a lot of history, and it was later redesigned by golf legend Peter Thompson.
That's a very good approach shot from the bunker. Yeah, this is a past 72 golf course. They've gone through a little bit of renumbering their golf courses to accumulate and readjust their scorecards so that the finishing holes are now ending at the clubhouse, which is the 18th. So you'll see a lot of changes for somebody who's played this golf course before in the scorecard.
Yes, but it is indeed an immaculate setting for a tournament of this stature. Pristine conditions, really nice greens, and conducive for scoring. And that's why seeing very good scoring here, low scoring, bunched up scoring, and it's going to be exciting over the next 2 days to see who really emerges from this, tumultuous, difficult day. The moving day is going to determine what happens.
Of course, it is. The tournament, as been mentioned before, it carries a prize purse of 50 lakh rupees, 50 lakh rupee. And as you now can look at Badal attempting his putt,
He really read that green well. Maybe he was sitting behind the green when the other group was there, but he had that measured down to perfection.
yeah, I've had a few opportunities to play with Badal. His short game is very, very good. He keeps it very simple, and he doesn't make it look difficult. It looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. Just like the putt which he made. Ball never left the hole and found the bottom of it.
So going back to a little bit about this tournament, well, we have a look at Muniappa. This tournament is supported by title sponsor India Cements. This week, the PGTI also welcomes on board Bisleri Vedika Himalayan Spring Water as a tour partner, and TNGF Cosmo Golf Course as the venue partner. Crown Plaza Chennai is the hospitality partner, and Valentine's is the associate partner for the event. So a lot of big names there in terms of association, and I think it goes a long way for brands that associate with golf, and that does a lot for the betterment of this game. And as we have a look at Harinder, he's got a little bit of salt and pepper going on. It's pretty similar to what I have. I think that is one of the sands of time, as it leaves a mark on you. So nobody's quite left, wary of. Everybody's wary of that, but everybody has to go through that. And the only thing is that you make the best of time. And Harinder has definitely done that. A lot of tournaments under his belt. I believe that he was suffering with some sort of shoulder injury last year. बट कहते हैं कि ये बिल्कुल अच्छे खिलाड़ी हैं, चंडीगढ़ में खेलते हैं, बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, एंड he's been a professional for well over 20 years, and कंसिस्टेंसी अभी भी है. अभी भी कहते हैं जो भूख और आग है उसमें कोई कमी नहीं आई, और वो ज़रूरी है क्योंकि ये गेम इतना कंपेटिटिव हो गया है. आप देख रहे हैं कि एक यूथ की लहर आई है. पहले जो प्लेयर होते थे ज़्यादा एज में ज़्यादा होते थे, बट आप देख रहे हैं कि यंग खिलाड़ी और आ रहे हैं जो जिम जाते हैं, कसरत करते हैं, मेहनत करते हैं. सो जो एक्सपीरियंस्ड प्लेयर हैं उन्हें युवा श्रेणी के साथ compete करने के लिए अपने आप को और बेटर करना पड़ेगा.
Of course, rightly said. On your screens, gentlemen, showcases more versatility in the field. We have Harinder from Chandigarh, then Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka, another star player of Sri Lanka. In the middle, we have
We have Mohammad
Mohammad
Azhar
Azhar.
in the middle.
Mohammad Azhar hailing from Hyderabad.
That's a good part right there.
That's Pukhraj Gill on your screens. Another young star whom we were talking about discipline, work ethic, and extreme amounts of talent.
I think that takes you a long way. I've really realized over time that your innate ability, I mean, I know this might be a contrarian view, but that takes you a long way as well. Hard work is the most important component, but I think if you're looking to become a professional golfer, you must also possess some certain amount of talent, and that's visible in somebody like Pokhraj. He hits that ball a long way, and I think in golf, if you can hit the ball long,
And on your screens, you have Sukharaj hailing from Nepal, youngster.
Sukra Bahadur Rai is really a good player, and you can see flamboyant as well in his orange and black. So he's given that tiger look a little
Is
bit
that
of a.
blue?
I don't know. It looks like a deep burgundy.
Yeah,
So let's,
looks like that.
yeah, let's sort of agree to disagree. It's one of those confusing colors, but either ways, he's dressed for the occasion.
This is Jack just reading up the formality.
In golf, there's never a formality. Sometimes we really take these short putts easy, and they tend to lip out. So that's the thing about recreational golf and professional golf. There are no gimmies, unfortunately. There is a difference in Muniappa's swing if you compare it to the time that he won those many tournaments. His finish seems to be a little more labored, a little
Muniappa,
abbreviated, if you may.
Muniappa time up till recent times was struggling from a lower back injury. So I guess that freedom what he had is now a little bit not as good as what he had at that point of time.
That's one of the byproducts as the years go by. But it's so important that you have that whip. That's so important to get that lag and that free rotation. As we have a look at Prabhakaran here.
I think Prabhakaran is trying to find the start position for his ball. Or maybe there's a kind of a hold up which he's waiting up for.
Yeah, well, they can't blame me for the hold up now. I'm here on the other side, Aditya. Otherwise, that was my favorite activity. Just hold up the play. So, जैसे आप जानना चाहेंगे गोल्फ के बारे में थोड़ा और तो आप जरूर हमारे को रीच आउट करिए कमेंट्स आपके कोई क्वेश्चंस हैं गोल्फ में जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे क्रिकेट से थोड़ा ये अलग है क्रिकेट में भी आपको एक ओवर रेट होती है यू हैव टू बोल योर ओवर्स इन अ स्पेसिफिक अमाउंट टाइम गोल्फ में भी एक टाइम दिया जाता है आपको हर होल एक समय में ख़त्म करना है आपको शॉट में 40 सेकेंड 30 सेकेंड दूसरे वाले को मिलते हैं सो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप गोल्फ में अपना दिमाग जल्दी बनाइए और शॉट को मारिए वरना पेनल्टी गोल्फ में भी लगती हैं फाइनेंशियल पेनल्टीज लगती हैं एंड as you know I know that well enough that your penalties keep doubling so each time you slow you sort of carry your crimes with you it's almost like double jeopardy so you must make sure that when you're picking up the game that learn to make up your mind quick and just pull the trigger as he's done on this occasion as Prabhakaran.
Prabhakaran seems to have striped it down the middle. Effortless golf swing. Yeah, carrying on to time frames, you get 50, 40, 40 seconds as a player to pull off the shot. And as my co-host Shaurya just mentioned, that you have to be careful of the time frame. There are marshals, there are referees, there are tournament directors who will be behind you if you are holding up play. धीरे खेलना इसमें अलाउड ही नहीं होता है दर्शकों को ये जानना बहुत जरूरी है that unlike any other sport time is a very big factor over here because यहाँ पे penalties बहुत ही ज्यादा खतरनाक है जैसे
लेकिन
बोल सकते हैं
आदित्य मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि तेज खेलना इतना आसान भी नहीं है जब आपको 2 दिन में कट बनाना है आप देख रहे हैं इतना कंपटीशन है और आप सोच रहे हैं कि आप इतनी दूर आए घर से मेहनत करके तो खाली हाथ तो नहीं जाना लाजमी नहीं है इसलिए कई बार जो है दिमाग ज़्यादा चल जाता है और आप बहुत सोचते हैं इसलिए कहते हैं कि पहला डिसीजन जो है उसे बनाइए और उस पर आप स्थिर रहिए so make sure that you're committed to what you think and that's the difference between a great player and the ones doing commentary.
Yes, that's true. But आपके सवाल में ही जवाब था पहला decision स्थिर रहिए will save you not only time but might eventually end up helping you take the right call and sticking to it. Because just like life, too many opportunities, too many boats where you can put your step into is not always the best option.
Yes, exactly. As we have a look at Harshjeet here, very easy to identify him with his stature. He's built for sports. Long levers help you hit the ball a fair distance.
Yeah, very, very fun person to hang out with. Always upbeat, always joking around about things.
As we have a look at the proceedings, let's also have a look at the order of merit. We have Om Prakash Chauhan leading the proceedings at 52 lakh, 52,650 after 8 events. And mind you, there are a lot of meaty tournaments in the other half. The prize funds are substantial. This week itself being a 50 lakh event, so a lot of money on stake. And so I reckon that this number is going to be a record number this year, maybe even a crore and a half, if not more. So a lot to play for these players. I know that we don't quite do it for the money, but as I say, a little few dollars in the pocket never hurt no one.
Well, talk about yourself. I know Om Prakash always is playing for the money. So is Aman Raj and Karan Pratap. All of these guys are so hungry in life about not only getting titles behind them, but the money always helps.
Aditya, you need money in today's day and age, and if we are putting our life on stake, and they've done so much to come till where they are, and that's the unfortunate truth is that you need that to fund your expenses. Golf is a very expensive game. That's why we always reach out to corporates, governments, that these players need your support. What they're doing is an honorable virtue. Trying to make a life out of sport, believe you me, is not the easiest, and we're seeing corporates and come out in droves, and that's so heartening to watch. So I say whatever floats your boat. Like on the US tour, you used to have the great super mex Litrevino. He used to say that, yes, if you if you can motivate yourself by money, you'll make sure you play better. So maybe that's the way.
Yeah, wise words from a very wise, legendary man. On your screens, you can see Mukesh eyeing up his shot, and Arjun has put it right next to the flag, so he will have a very close look at birdie. The opening hole is a par 5, gives you very good opportunity. In fact, Mukesh has also knocked it close enough. The very tricky flag.
You have to look at Naman Davar, affectionately called Doc by his friends. I believe you've played a lot of golf with Naman.
Yeah, Naman is a close dear friend, very, very prominently known for his size and easygoing swing. Big man, swings it like he's swinging a feather, not a golf club, can hit it a country mile.
Not his best effort there on this hole.
That on your screen now you have Yashash Chandra, a very good, prolific ball striker.
Yashas here on hole number 10. Very short hole here.
So 10th is slightly tricky. Even after seeing its length, it's got OB running all the way onto the left side. So there are two ways. Either you knock out the 3 wood very close to the greens or play up like these guys who have probably laid up with a 7 iron in the middle of the fairway and going for a soft second shot going in. Because it's a very tricky green as well. If you miss it on the wrong side, virtual up and down is pretty much a no-go. You'll pretty much be looking at a very lengthy putt to save par or birdie if you miscued it.
But I think it's fair to say that this week is going to be a birdie fest. What a beautiful shot right there. That's shows you a different vantage point.
Yeah. I guess sitting on the other side of the golf course comfortably in the AC environment, looking at the drone shot, golf looks very simple.
Yeah, that's one thing that I realized that over the last few years that I've had the privilege of commentating on events. I've realized that it looks a lot easier when you see it from here, and unfortunately, it doesn't quite transcend when you go out on the golf course. I've actually went to a few events after the week they played, and I said it looks so easy, but when you start executing it, it's very difficult, ladies and gentlemen. It shows you the kind of the prowess of the professionals, not just our Indian professionals, but even the internationals on tour.
Yes, but it's amazing. Hats off to the working staff at Cosmopolitan. After so much rain, they have made sure that the playing facilities are in immaculate shape for the players. It's never easy to get a course ready when you've had very heavy rain overnight and early morning. That's the sole reason the telecast and the pace play has been delayed by a few hours. But looking at the screens right now, the conditions look very, very good. Seems like a fairly easy up and down. Had a good run at it also.
Decent effort there. Now we have Jamal on our screens. Jamal has been really consistent over the last few years and has been knocking on victory's door and even won that tournament.
Yes, Zamal very recently in this season has won his last tournament in Gujarat Glade 1, where he outplayed everybody with so much ease. Jamal is also an international flavor for this week as he hails from our neighbors, Bangladesh.
We've seen him over the last 2 years, has been really consistent, and we saw him knocking on the door, as knocking on heaven's door. He was knocking on victory's door, and we saw that always it was such a close cliffhanger, especially that tournament in Panchkula where Yuvraj just pipped him to the post, and it always seemed like heartbreak, but he was able to turn it around. Shows you that if you're consistent and headstrong, then things do eventually happen for you. And we see him again in a good position to mount a challenge. Jamal is currently at 8 under par. And with a lot of golf to be played, my money, to be honest, would be on him. If you look at the leaderboard, he's won with a lot of experience. Then you also have Harinder Gupta, Mukesh Kumar, obviously lurking there. And this is the kind of golf course that would suit Mukesh now.
Yes, of course. Mukesh, you can't call Mukesh out of any event, especially on the moving day when he's so close to where the leaders are. Having said that, Sanit has put up serious 2 rounds of golf to be at the top of the pedestal after 2 days.
I think one thing in Sanat Bishnoi's favor is that he plays at a very difficult golf course on a week in, week out basis. He plays golf in Gurugram at DLF Golf Course, and that's really a treacherous golf course. So whenever you venture out, everything seems really easy. So that makes you a good ball striker as well. As we have a look at Akshay here. Akshay also a veteran on tour, a term that we use lightly, but it's very good. He's won a few tournaments and has really good ball control. Likes to favor the left-right movement. That's why you see that he's teed up on the right-hand side. So हम दर्शकों को ये बताना चाहेंगे कि जो टीइंग ग्राउंड है उसमें प्लेयर कहाँ अपनी टी लगाते हैं, उससे आप बहुत बता सकते हैं कि प्लेयर का इंटेंट क्या है, कैसा शॉट वो मारना चाहते हैं. वो राइट में उन्होंने लगाया है, तो इसका मतलब ये है कि वो लेफ्ट टू राइट मूवमेंट करेंगे. गोल्फ की बॉल कभी बिल्कुल सीधी नहीं जाएगी, या तो राइट से लेफ्ट घूमेगी, या लॉन्ग ऑन की तरफ जाएगी, या लॉन्ग ऑन के लॉन्ग ऑफ. आपने उसको टारगेट पे भेजना है, बट कैसे आप भेज रहे हैं वो आपके ऊपर है. सो द डेस्टिनेशन इज नोन, but the route, the journey that you will take is not really known. So let's see this ball with another smooth butter cut from left to right.
Yeah. अक्षय से मेरा कल शाम को बात हो रही थी एंड इनका फेवरेट गो टू फ्रेज है अक्षय हेड डाउन रखना. Head down matlab do not be eager to look at the ball. He's had phrases which he keeps murmuring while he's playing. Head down, don't look up. His recent phrase is now at Montu to look what he's doing.
And talking about phrases, चैंपियन तो यही है फिलहाल. सुनीत लीडिंग द प्रोसीडिंग्स, नंबर 1 प्लेयर है. बहुत मेहनत लगती है नंबर 1 पे पहुंचने में आदित्य, और 2 दिन और हैं. So if he continues in this way, then he will have his hands on that coveted trophy. Very good effort by Sunit so far at 10 under par on this golf course. Young man, also a medalist at the national games, so shows you that he's got a lot of game in him. Really powerful swing there. And incidentally, both brother sisters are really good players. His sister as well is a professional golfer, so sports does really run in the family.
Yes, that it does. And there you have the leaders have teed off and started their round three moving day. It's going to be fun watching all of this. The venue, TNGF Cosmo Golf Course.
Look at that top tracer. It shows you where the ball is going. So
Yeah, but I don't think that top tracer was on the number there.
it's showing you the flight and letting our viewers know which direction the ball is going. Shows you a lot more. While this view is one to die for. It's like an oasis in between the golf course.
Yeah, situated in the middle of the big city of Chennai. Lush green fairways. You can have a look at the city surrounding the venue.
कहना चाहेंगे कि गोल्फ एक ऐसा गेम है जो ज़रूर आपको एक ना एक बार तो ट्राई करना चाहिए। रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी में एक ऐसा आपको खेल मिले जिसमें आप पेड़ों के बीच में घूमें और नेचर का सौंदर्य एंजॉय करिए। सो ज़रूर आप खुद स्टार्ट करिए या अपने जहाँ आस-पास वाले कोई हों। गोल्फ हम लकी इसलिए हैं, भारत में बहुत पब्लिक गोल्फ कोर्सेज़ भी हैं, जहाँ आप एक डेली फ़ीस देके जो कई बार 100, 150, 200, ₹250 में आप जाइए, रेंज पे जाइए, थोड़ा गोल्फ स्टार्ट करिए। एंड अगर आपको और पता करना है तो आप पीजीटीआई की वेबसाइट पे pgtofIndia.com पे जाइए एंड वहाँ पे आपको बहुत नॉलेज मिलेगा कि आप कहाँ गोल्फ खेल सकते हैं, कितना फीस है, ये जो टूर्नामेंट होते हैं इनको कहाँ आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं, अपने फेवरेट खिलाड़ी को चाहे आपके स्टेट से हों या आप उनको वैसे फॉलो करते हैं. सो लॉट ऑफ इन्फॉर्मेशन देयर ऑन द पीजीटी ऑफ इंडिया वेबसाइट फॉर एवरीवन हु वांट्स टू पिक अप द गेम एंड वी रियली डू रेकमेंड. एंड जैसे कि हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा है, खेलो अभियान, and we should all be heading towards sports because sports हमारे youth को fit रखती है and the youth, as we know, is the future of our country. Here at hole number 4, the par 3, measuring in at 134 yards. Really short holes. A lot of scoring opportunities here at this golf course.
And that's a brilliant shot by Adil on the par three. He seems to have lightened up the flagstick for a very close look at birdie.
Prabhakaran there with a very tricky shot and definitely not his best. I think that's one of the factors that comes into play on shorter golf courses like this. The grass is growing against you, and it's not as easy as it seems. It's very you have to ensure that you don't decelerate and at the same time get the club at the correct angle going through the grass. And I think it's the stuff of what nightmares are made of. I never quite liked this shot when you're just off the green and you're against grass because it really requires a lot of mastery. You uh, require years of practice. I think somebody who does that really well and comes to mind is Shamim Khan. सो गोल्फ में क्या है, आप देखेंगे कि ये पास वाले शॉट ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो जाते हैं. दूर तो मार लेते हैं खिलाड़ी, लेकिन पास में आके आपको एक बहुत ही अच्छा टच होना चाहिए. जैसे कि आप सोचें क्रिकेट में फाइन लेग, थर्ड लेग पे एकदम टच करके आपने फ्लिक मार दिया, वैसा कुछ यहाँ मारना पड़ेगा.
That's a very good recovery shot after a semi.
That's really good recovery for him, especially after that first miffed approach.
Yeah, not only in heavy rough, but heavy rough coupled with monsoon rains makes it even more difficult. The conditions get very sticky and the ball does not jump out as easily as you think about it, as we just saw, having seen Prabhakaran muffle his first chip and making amends with the second one. There's our first look at Abhijit Chadha out of the Sandy Lies has put himself next to the flag. Not an easy shot. He seems to have pulled it out very, very easily.
Back to Hole number 4. Sachin Besoya, a winner this year in Kolkata. It's a very good bunker shot there. Maybe.
Yeah, he looked like he was trying to hole it out from that. Nearly missed the hole. Very, very good recovery shot from the sand. And here's a look at Adil after that beautiful tee shot. Real close look at birdie.
Adil is somebody who suffered a lot because of his wrist injury and actually derailed his career, so as to speak. I remember 3 years ago, when he won that tournament right before COVID at that point in time, early 2020, and it's been 3 years. And then, then some, maybe 3.5 years. It just shows you that an injury at the wrong time can actually derail a career. He's coming back, but obviously he's not been able to dominate the way that he did towards that stretch, and that's so important. Golf is also about momentum, and you can't overstate the importance of fitness. One injury is all it takes, so it's important that younger players and even experienced players do invest a lot of time into fitness. Adil indeed is a very fit player, but I think injuries are one of those unforeseen things. So you need a lot of mental fortitude if you have to have a successful career. As Sylvester Stallone said, take those punches, get up, and get after it again and again, because that's how it is. Life's gonna keep hitting you hard. It's not about how hard you hit; it's about how hard you get hit and keep coming back for more.
That's true. And here's a look at his birdie approach. I
And
think the line got the better of it. Nonetheless, a smooth tap in par for him. Move on to the next hole.
थोड़ा सा चूक गए एंड में लाइन में थोड़ी सी कमी थी.
Yes, that just goes to show how tricky these greens are, even if you have striped it as close as Adil had not a certain birdie. You still have to work your way through those contours of the greens and make sure not only the pace on the ball is good, but you also match the line. Here's a look at the next attempt of par save.
For a short hole, it's definitely bearing its fangs at this point in time. That I think is owing to the wind and obviously the way the pin is placed. Players are quite aggressive, as we see Sachin here with those fantastic golf shoes. Now that's what style is all about,
Yeah, shiny.
and that's a
And
stylish par right there by him.
yeah, he made it look very, very simple out of a very difficult lie. His chip shot out of the sand was very good.
There's a ball flight. Look at that. That was really compressed.
Yeah. As the leaders again on your screen from the first hole which they teed off.
I think you can see one thing by the tracers the players do who hit the ball longer, as they tend to put more compression, the ball takes off lower as opposed to players with lower swing speed. It sort of comes out higher and falls on, and players who hit it further sort of almost takes off like an aeroplane. That's if you remember the much fabled ball flight of Jyoti Randhawa back in the day at the Indian Open, Delhi Golf Course first hole, hitting that stinging 2 iron. That's what we used to try and emulate. No luck in that, but that's what these ball flights are indicative of. You can tell a lot about a player by just looking the way that the ball is flying.
Yeah, ball flight varies from player to player depending on what type of a player he is, not only depending on the compression but also the swing types. If you look at Harinder launches the ball way high in the air but still moves it left to right. And we saw Sanit with a very low ball flight. Not only did it have compression, but the speed which he swung at also shows us that fitness plays a very big role in it.
Yes, absolutely. As we have Mohammad Azhar, so has had quite a few flashes of brilliance over the last few years. We've seen him contend in certain tournaments, then sort of doesn't quite get it done on the final days. But the good thing, I think, given how competitive the tour is, that you're good enough to get yourself in and around contention. That'll give you a lot of confidence that yes, you can compete with the best.
Yes, Azhar has a very easygoing swing, and not only does he hit a lot of fairways, but his short game is a one plus, which he day in, day out showcases about his game.
We'll be seeing A lot of good scores, and I know it's a little early in the day, but Aditya, if I have to ask you, who do you have your money on? Who's going to be the champion when the dust settles down at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course?
Well, having a look at the current scores and how aggressively all our leaders play, it's going to be very difficult to make it a one-man race. But if you look at what we think, or my guess, educated guess would be that Sanit is not going to let anybody take the leaderboards lead from him. As you see how very good he just hit his third shot onto the opening hole, almost a near certain birdie. So yeah, somebody will have to catch these leaders. And given how they have performed in the first 2 days, I won't be surprised if the leaders are sitting, or the guy who wins the tournament is sitting at close to 15 or 17 under par for a total of 4 days.
दिस इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग वॉच। ये जो व्यूअर्स हैं हमारे, देखिए इस शॉट को, आप देखेंगे इसमें कैसे एक्सेलरेट करना पड़ेगा खिलाड़ी को। आप ज़्यादा धीरे मारेंगे तो बॉल रह जाएगी, ज़्यादा जोर से मारेंगे तो आगे चले जाएगा। तो इसमें परफेक्शन की बहुत ज़रूरत है गोल्फ में। जब शॉर्ट गेम कहते हैं इसको, जब आप ग्रीन के आसपास आ जाते हैं, ये देखिए आप, इतने तगड़े खिलाड़ी हैं बट फिर भी कम से कम 20-25 फुट आगे चला गया है। तो यहाँ से इनको अपना पार बनाना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा। एक शॉट गिर जाएगा गोल्फ में, जिसको बोगी कहते हैं। तो तभी आप देखेंगे बहुत जो प्रोफेशनल खिलाड़ी हैं वो बहुत समय लगाते हैं ग्रीन के इर्द गिर्द अपने शॉर्ट गेम को बेहतर बनाने के लिए।
Yeah, as rightly said, judging perfection in this game is merely based out on what you feel, because it's not necessary that what you feel about a chip shot or an approach shot will be as true as what you have executed. As we just saw Zamal hitting his chip a little further away than he would have liked, making his birdie putt slightly lengthier than the comfort zone. And as the modern technology has evolved, you can just see players using Bushnells. Bushnell एक यंत्र है जो आपको लेजर की मदद से आपने गेंद को कितनी दूर मारना है वो जज करने की एग्जैक्ट सही नंबर बता देता है. It takes out the guesswork and helps you get actual correct yardages. Yardages for how far you want to hit it. As you can see, Sethi is trying to rehearse his swing. So this is a short par 3. Won't be surprised if he comes knocking onto the flagstick with this. Yeah, as you can see, Sethi has also gone flag hunting. काफी बेहतरीन शॉट, काफी सरल पट होना चाहिए इनके लिए टू मेक अपनी बर्डी बनाने के लिए. And as you can see, Zamal is past the hole with his approach putt and is just got a small one left for his birdie. It'll be good to see what Akshay and Sunit do, as they both have very relatively short birdie putts coming up. The key this week will be pressing on, as this golf course provides a lot of birdie opportunities. I won't be surprised if both the leaders, in fact, the trio of leaders, edge on of each other's positive energy, positive vibes, and aggressive play. As you just seen, Akshay and Sunit hit it right next to the flag. It makes quite a bit of difference when you see your playing partner performing well. It edges you also to one up your game. Oh, he must be licking his chops after leaving it a roll shot on exact path of the hole. I guess he would have given a very good read to Sanit. Sanit on a slightly shorter distance, pretty much on the same line. I won't be surprised if he finds the bottom of this and ups his lead by 2. There you have जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं ये सनित का कैडी पीछे बैठ के उनको उनकी लाइन पढ़ने में मदद कर रहा है. इस गेम में खिलाड़ी अकेला नहीं होता है, उसको अपने सहकर्मी जिसको हम कैडी बुलाते हैं वो आपको काफी हद तक मदद करते हैं समझने में बेहतर अपने आप को और बेहतर खेलने में.
और टीम वर्क बहुत ज़रूरी है, जैसे कि आपने हमारे श्रोताओं को अभी समझाया है कि एक खिलाड़ी और उनके कैडी का मेल बड़ा ज़रूरी है. खिलाड़ी अकेला नहीं है, उसको अगर जीतना है तो कैडी को भी उसका साथ कंधे से कंधे लगा के देना है, क्योंकि कैडी का इनपुट बहुत ज़्यादा होता है कि आप कैसे कौन सा बल्ला इस्तेमाल करिए, क्या आपका डिस्टेंस है टारगेट से, उसके मुताबिक आप किस तरीके का शॉट मारेंगे. आपका पूरा प्रेपरेशन जो रहता है, तभी कैडी का भी एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहता है इस पूरी श्रेणी में.
Yeah, as you just saw, Sanet drain his birdie putt, making sure that his lead is not only intact but has also increased by 2 shots now.
That's always a good thing in the start, just to separate yourself from the chasing pack. And the third day, I think it's going to be so important for the players, especially if they have to mount a challenge tomorrow on this golf course, especially in shorter golf courses. You can't make too many mistakes. You have to make a lot of birdies. Your putter should be working really well. And I think Sanit has that sorted out, because as we have a look at things, currently there are a total of 24 golfers within 6 or 7 shots of the lead. So it's not going to be easy to win this championship. It never quite is on the Professional Golf Tour of India. And this week, especially with the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship 2023, we're going to see the cream rise to the top. And currently leading the tournament is Sunit Bishnoi, followed by Akshay Sharma, Jamal Hussain, Mohammad Azhar, and then Harinder Gupta rounding up the top 5 at 7 under par. As we also have a look at round 2, we have a look at Thanga Raja on our screens. इनकी कहानी भी बड़ी दिलचस्प है. थंगा राजा श्रीलंका से हैं. खिलाड़ी होने के पहले ये बड़े नॉर्मल बैकग्राउंड से थे, तो इनको ये टेलर ही करते थे जहां तक मैंने सुना है. तो आप देखेंगे इनमें कितनी क्षमता और कितना मेहनत इन्होंने करी है जहां ये आज आए हैं. सो बहुत बड़ी बात है कि दूसरे देश में आके अच्छा खेलना, पहले अपने बैकग्राउंड से इन्होंने कैसे मेहनत करी है. सो वेरी मोटिवेशनल. आई थिंक कई बार हम सोचते हैं कि हमारे जो खिलाड़ी हैं इन पे भी अगर कोई पिक्चर बने तो मुझे लगता है सुपर हिट से कम नहीं रहेगी. Their stories are really motivational, and I think Thanga is at the forefront of that.
Barely missing out on his birdie putt, Harshjeet. और हाँ, सही कह रहे हैं आप. थंगा ने जहां से शुरुआत करी और जहां ये अभी है, सिर्फ एक ही चीज दर्शाता है कि परिश्रम, मेहनत आपको काफी ऊंचाइयों तक ले जा सकती है. No stopping a hardworking man.
जरूर, मेहनत के बिना तो कुछ नहीं होता. मेहनत से तो कोयला भी हीरा बन सकता है. And that's what it is. You really have to run the gauntlet here on the Professional Golf Tour of India. As we have a look at our leader here, Sunit.
Sanit must be in a very positive mind of state after.
Look at that balance.
Yeah.
It's a young man's game now, Aditya. The way they are balanced and able to hit that ball far. You're also one of the players who does hit the ball far, but I think the years are taking a toll, Aditya.
Yeah, I'll have to take a few leaves out of these young lads and understand and go about it again if I want to compete with them. These guys are not only fit, but the positive mind frame which they have, the aggression which they play with is something sublime to watch when you have the opportunity to play with them.
Jamal here. It's a very friendly hole, only all of 510 yards. So shows you that this golf course, if you're dialed in, you really don't need the length of the tee. And that's why you'd see another sort of flavor to this week that the top 10 will have a lot more experienced players as well. If we look at the likes of Harinder Gupta, Mukesh Kumar, Prabhakaran as well, Sanjeev Kumar, who's been a professional for a long time. Otherwise, he's seeing the onslaught of youth. So it's good to see the experienced professionals also clawing their way back. And that's what I like to see. I like to see a mix of tournaments where players from different ability have the opportunity of shining that week and showcasing their talent. As we have a look at Akshay here again on the right hand side, favoring that left right movement. He's a little bit on the back foot that never does quite right. So he has a very controlled swing. I think he has another 10 or 20 yards in him.
Yeah, Akshay has that motto of not swinging it very hard, but as rightly what he himself said yesterday, the key on this golf course is to find fairways, which he did brilliantly yesterday, especially when you have preferred lie going in through the week where you can lift clean and place your ball. Makes life definitely simpler if you can find the middle of the fairways.
And as we look at the proceedings, we also want to go through the scores. Yesterday, the cut was confirmed at 1 over par. 54 players made the cut, and a lot of big names, unfortunately, not able to make it to the money rounds. Just to tell our viewers that you have to survive the cut in order to get a paycheck that week. So if you don't make the cut, unfortunately, you go back empty handed and with a lot of experience. And some of the noteworthy players who couldn't quite make it this week. Ranjit Singh, the experienced campaigner, missing it by one shot. Then you have Anshul Patel also missing the cut. Vikrant Chopra, unfortunately, not being able to make the cut. The Japanese Makoto Iwasaki also not being able to make the cut. And lower down, you also have Sri Lankan Anura Rohana, very good player from Sri Lanka, a winner on tour, also not making the Tapi Ghai as well, another winner. So shows you that you might have a lot of victories. Even Gaurav Ghai, the legend of Indian golf, but I think it's not quite fair to say that he missed the cut. He's just his participation is a lot for this event. What he means for Indian golf, it's not easy to describe that victory, that shot heard around the country at the Western Gale Open that he won in 1996. That's actually something that motivated a lot of us, and including myself, to pick up this game. So he's a legend, and so is Amandeep Joel. These players have really done a lot for Indian golf and help Indian golf grow. And coming back to the action here,
Yeah, you can see how players go about reading their lines by looking at the hole and the ball and the distance it's going to travel, the route it's going to take from not just one side, but pretty much circling around to have a look at what it is all about, taking nothing for granted. जी हाँ दोस्तों, ये टूर्नामेंट 50 लाख का होने का मतलब ये है कि आप 4 दिन अपने टैलेंट को दिखाते हैं और उसके बाद 2 दिन के बाद लगता है एक मध्यम मार्ग, जहां पे सिर्फ जो अच्छा खेले हैं टॉप 50 और टाइज वही खेल पाते हैं, वही अपने बैंक बैलेंस को बढ़ा पाते हैं। इस हफ्ते 54 लोगों ने बनाया है। आई मीन इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि 54 लोग डेफिनेटली कुछ ना कुछ बैंक बैलेंस अपना बढ़ा के जाएंगे और कुछ बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतर करके जाएंगे। जितना आप अपने आप को नंबर 1 पोजीशन के आसपास रखेंगे, उतना ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन पे डे होगा आपके लिए। सारी मेहनत, सारी लगन, सारा एफर्ट इसी के लिए है। There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Harinder is not leaving anything to chance. He's sizing up the entire part like a hawk sizes his prey. He's leaving nothing for chance. I won't be surprised if this goes middle of the cup. Must be the speed because the ball was traveling online, left it half a roll short. Nothing more disheartening when a player has hit the ball on target and it comes up half a roll or a roll short. As they say, never up, never in. There you have some beautiful drone shots of the TNGF Golf Club. It's amazing how well they have kept the conditions going so well in after such a heavy rainfall which they experienced. In fact, during the practice round, also there was serious amounts of rain. I guess it's the coastal regions where inevitably it can rain at any point of the day, making life difficult not only weather conditions wise, but also impacts the lay of the ground. As everybody knows, length is very, very important. And on a monsoon struck day, the ball does not run on the fairway. It's purely, solely on how far can you carry that ball. Makes the golf courses a little longer, but also negates the effort somewhat because the greens become a little more receptive. So if you're dialed in with your wedges, if you're dialed in with your irons, you can hunt down pretty much any flagstick. Not that our tournament director, Mr. Sampachari, will be giving you those easy flagsticks to birdie. He's renowned for giving you equal opportunities of giving you relatively simple flags, but on day three, day four, they want to showcase the best golf. And for that particular reason, some of the flags are nearly impossible to get to. But as you see these players, multi-talented players, they do not leave out anything to chance, hence giving them an ample opportunity to gun down flags. Here's a look at Karan Pratap on the par 3 fourth. Karan seems to have come up just a little bit short on this. Not easy to gauge the yardage, especially when wind is up. And this week, the wind is up. If you look at the hedges and the trees behind fluttering so hard, that means wind is a very big factor this week. I'm sure Badal will be also trying to gun down this flag. Very colorful buildings in the background. For the viewers who are just joining us, the tournament is sponsored by India Cements. This is the inaugural India Cements event, which is happening, the ninth tournament on the Professional Golf Tour of India's schedule. Also welcomes Bisleri Vedic Himalaya Spring Water as a tour partner. TNGF Cosmo Golf Club is the venue. Crown Plaza Chennai is hospitality partner, and Ballantyne's is the associate partner. We're talking about our leaders. Sanit has shined through tough scoring days, day one and day two. He's our leader and he has also increased the lead by birding the first hole. Akshay Sharma occupies the second place at 9 under par, with Bangladesh Zamal Hussain a shot further back, third. Now, the difference between Sanit, Akshay, and Zamal is they all three play the same golf course, the same venue, but with different styles. Sanit has a more bashful way about going it, hitting at a country mile, attacking everything, whereas Zamal and Akshay have a more chessword approach. They like to place themselves into the fairways, not go about hitting it a country mile, but plotting, placing it chess kind of way. So it'll be interesting to see who prevails after round three, as we also call it the moving day. is a brilliant chip by Badal. Now, as we just saw, Karan coming up just a little bit short with his approach shot. Would be very interesting to see which route does he take towards making this shot. I'm sure he would be eyeing to put it in the hole by chipping it in.
You got to look at Muniappa, hole number 4. The relatively short par 4. Giving him a few issues, and that's a shot that he would sooner forget. Not his best effort there by Muniappa. But it seems that the ball might have been plugged. And that's one of the things that can happen after rain is that, especially after this kind of inclement weather, as we see from top, there is a certain dark corner in the bunker. That's where the sand, the density of the sand is a little more, and the ball tends to get plugged a lot easier. So it makes it very difficult if the ball goes down. You don't get any relief. You have to play out from there. So let's see what Karan can do in this situation. एंड जो हमारे श्रोता हैं वो देख रहे होंगे कि ये ग्रीन के आसपास में रेत क्या है. So
as you can see, Karan has pulled out his bunker shot. Not an easy one, but he has played it to perfection.
करण ने दिखाया गया कि ये कैसे किया जाता है, चाहे बंकर में पानी हो या नहीं, बॉल को सिर्फ एक ही जगह जाना है. सो फैंटास्टिक शॉट बाय करण, बट just to tell our viewers that bunkers are impediments. You don't get any free drop or anything of the like. आपको बंकर में जाना पड़ेगा, वहीं से खेलनी पड़ेगी जैसे कि लाए है, और आप अपने बल्ले को बंकर की रेत पे टच नहीं कर सकते हैं. So that's not allowed. You can't modify your lie or hold your club down. So that makes bunker shots a lot more difficult because you're judging the depth and the composition of the sand just by virtue of your feet. So there's a lot of imagination in bunker play.
Let me tell you a candid story about my fellow competitor. I have seen him grow up. I mean, we've both grown up together, but इनका बंकर प्ले बहुत ही उमदा ही नहीं, काफी बेहतरीन था. मुझे याद है हम लोग शर्त लगाते थे कौन बेहतर खेलेगा, और मुझे अगर याद हो तो ना जाने कितने समोसे, कितने कोल्ड कॉफी मैं इनसे हारा हूँ इस मामले में. बहुत ही बेहतरीन टच इनका.
यहाँ देखा जाए ओम प्रकाश चौहान भी बंकर से कोई कम नहीं है. बहुत अच्छे खिलाड़ी हैं बंकर से, बट हाँ, वो हमारे पुराने दिनों की यादें, जहाँ हमने, आप और हम दोनों सिमिलर बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं. हमारे फादर दोनों आर्मी में थे और तभी हम बहुत गोल्फ खेल पाए. एंड आई थिंक हम दोपहरों में बंकर कंपटीशन होता था, सुबह को 18 होल खेले जाते थे. तो मेहनत तो हमने बहुत करी, बट आपसे एक आध कोल्ड कॉफी मैंने ले ली, बट लगता है चिकन सैंडविच आपने ज़्यादा खा लिए. सो बट ये पुरानी दिनों की यादें हैं. जैसे हम देखें, मेहनत जरूरी है किसी भी चीज में आपको आगे जाने के लिए, और स्पोर्ट्स में मुझे लगता है हर रोज आपको वो परिश्रम करना जरूरी है. जैसे हम थंगा राजा को देखें होल नंबर 5 पे.
Yeah, mere formality for Thanga, that kind of range. Phenomenal putter. Thanga is one of the most jovial characters you will see around, and it's even funnier when he tries to express himself because he's got that Sri Lankan accent and a very, very happy-go-lucky character. Never see a frown on his face, always beaming with smile.
Also, a word of appreciation for the Professional Golf Tour of India, the staff and the team, the entire organization that make this happen. There are a lot of tournaments now that have been announced, and there's a real treasure trove in terms of prize money for the players to play for. And I know the players are just elated at these developments. And just to tell you a few, we have the next week we have Coimbatore Open, and that would be a prize fund of 1 crore. And the week after that, you have Vizag Open, another 1 crore. Telangana Golconda Masters also for 1 crore. You're looking at the J&K Open, 50 lakh. Bengaluru Open Golf Championship, 1 crore. Haryana Open also going to be a prize fund of 1 crore. And then towards the end of the latter half, you'll have big tournaments again, like the Jeev Milka Singh Invitational for 1.5 CR. Dream Valley Group presents Woody Masters for 1 CR. Then you have Indian Oil Servo Masters for 75 lakh, Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational for 1 crore, SSP Chaurasia Invitational for 1 crore, Jaipur Open for 1 crore, and then the crown jewel, the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2023 for 3 crore, mind-numbing amount of money, and that's going to get out the best from these players and draw a lot from other corners. I think you're going to see a lot of participation in the upcoming Q School. I'm certain that यहाँ दो जो commentator है वो भी आपको दिखेंगे Q School के participation में, लेकिन इतने ज़्यादा मैच और बहुत प्लेयरों को खेलने के लिए मोटिवेट होने के लिए बहुत है. जैसे हम देखें अभी हरिंदर टी नंबर 3 पे. He also likes to favor a left-right fade, if I'm not wrong. He's very controlled fade that he hits each time.
Yes, Harinder prefers the ball moving left to right, basically not bashing it away, but placing it into the fairway, using the advantage of preferred lie, like each player would be doing that. Yeah, in the coming next few months, we will see some extreme action on the golfing front as the prize monies are being whoppingly increasing this season. There'll be some stellar golf, not only because of the prize money, but the number of opportunity in weeks. I think 14 tournaments are yet to go before the season is being called off. A lot of money right there, a lot of world ranking points there to accumulate and make your resume look even better. So it's not only the money, it's also the world ranking points. And yes, kudos to the Professional Golf Tour of India administration team for lining up back-to-back events going up, gives the players time and ample opportunities to showcase all the hard work which they have put in through the weeks of off season and get more and more opportunities.
Yeah, we also want to talk about some of the partnerships that the Professional Golf Tour of India, I think one of the most fundamental ones is one with ABP Network. You know, ABP Network being one of the leading networks in all of the country, if not the leading network. And for it to cover golf under its ambit as well, it's, I think, really great symbiotic partnership between the Professional Golf Tour of India and ABP Network. It's going to do a lot for the growth of this game and also help the accessibility. There's a lot that the Professional Golf Tour of India does to that aspect as well. There are golf clinics. You can even follow tournaments for free. So there's a lot that can be done and is being done at this point in time. And obviously, the increase in the prize fund, you'll see a lot more participation. I predict that next year in the Professional Golf Tour of India qualifying school, you're going to have just a bevy of entries. Back to the action. There you see the fantastic drone view. And the ball strikes the drone, get to re-hit. Because if there's any outside agency that has caused an impediment, they retake your shot.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
मेरा सवाल ये है कि अगर ड्रोन को आपने उड़ा दिया तो इसके पैसे कौन होंगे?
उसके आप जरूर मिल वो
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला
बॉल उस पे लग गई तो आई थिंक ड्रोन के पैसे तो कोई नहीं सोचेगा उस टाइम। अब देखिए संजीव जा रहे हैं, अब ये नहीं सोच रहे होंगे कि ड्रोन पे बॉल मारनी है, होल पे फोकस कर रहे होंगे, लेकिन जो कमेंटेटर हैं उनका काम है आपको बताना कि क्या क्या हो सकता है। तो हमारी कोशिश ये रहेगी कि हम हर चीज़ बिल्कुल सफाई से आपको बताएं। तो हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि आप ड्रोन के पीछे शॉट एम करिए, ड्रोन बड़े महंगे होते हैं और क्या पता आपको देने भी पड़े इसके पैसे। तो फिर आप कमेंटेटर का मत बोलना कि जी आपने बताया था तो हमने तो ये शॉट लगा दिया। हम तो ये कहेंगे कि आप कोशिश करिए, परिश्रम करिए और फिलहाल अगर आपके पास समय हो आप अपने आसपास जानदार और अपने साथियों को बुलाइए। आप देखिए क्या मनोरंजन टेलीकास्ट है आपके लिए गोल्फ का। इतने उम्दा खिलाड़ी, एक से एक इंटरनेशनल स्टार, एंड ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिता है। एंड आप जरूर देखिए, सीखिए। और हम कहते हैं अगर आपका मन करे तो खुद भी थोड़ा जाके गोल्फ खेलिए।
Yeah, no better way to put it other than live the experience by taking yourself out into the lovely facilities. Try your hand out with this game, and most likely you will develop an appreciation for what these young lads are showcasing. Because golf is not as easy a sport as being projected worldwide. It's not a sport which is for the faint-hearted.
Yes, I think that's a misnomer. And but the good thing about golf, I must say, it's extremely inclusive. You can play it at any age. The handicapping system is really good. It's probably one of the only few games that you can play towards the twilight of your life. You don't need to compete with the best, as Arjun here, definitely one of the best. What a brilliant chip shot there on hole number 4. But you can play, you can enjoy the game. There's a handicap system, not in official professional tournaments, but all recreational tournaments, or even just for fun, to level the playing field. You can take a few shots, and the handicap system allows you to level the playing field. So if there's an 18 handicapper, that means that over a course of 18 holes, he on average takes 18 extra shots. So when he's playing with a professional, he'll get 18 shots, and that's how it becomes a level playing field. And golf is a game that's played for fun, and in that you can always level the playing field according to a person's ability. Pretty similar to polo in a certain aspect, but polo, obviously the handicaps are positive, the amount of goals that you can actually end up scoring. It's pretty different. In polo, a higher the handicap, it's better. In golf, it's actually the other way around. You have a look at Sanjeev on hole number 4. He's currently sitting at 6 under par in a tie for 7th. As we have a look at the proceedings, let's also have a look at the scores out on the golf course. So, not the on the golfers out today. There are a few blue numbers as well, but it's still early days. I think the rain would have played a factor, or ideally speaking, that after the rain, the conditions tend to get easy on a golf course like this because, anyways, distance is not a factor. Wind tends to get a little more subtle, and the players can actually sort of just throw darts there as the ball doesn't roll much, so makes it easy. They're coming in with shorter clubs. As we have a look at Mukesh Kumar, Mukesh 2 under for the day, so that's the kind of start that you want. So the young man Suneet will know that there's a grizzled veteran following him, and a veteran who knows how to get things done. So if Mukesh is hot on your tail, you best make a few birdies. There we have Muniappa at hole number 5. Hole number 5, given by the standards of the golf course, fairly long par 4 at 452 yards. And this golf course is rather unique. You have the front 9 in at 37 strokes and the back 9 at 35. And the golf course measures all of 6,225 yards, so pretty gettable by modern standards, but it has its own share of difficulties. You can see Karan standing there, that he's standing in the sort of grab grass that grabs onto the club around the greens, very difficult to chip out of, and that's why you'll see most of the players faltering. Not Badal though, he definitely has a short game dialed down.
Yeah, that was a fabulous chip shot. Nearly chipped in.
There we have Muniappa has the deft touch of a surgeon, does Chinnaswamy Muniappa. There you have his effort. Just ran by a little more. Maybe all of 10 feet coming back, right, left. A look at Karan Pratap Singh. So, Aditya, as we were discussing, what are your predictions for this tournament? Who do you see that would emerge and currently is your front runner for this tournament?
Well, as much as an educated guess it could be, I would not mind putting my money on the current leader, Sanit. He's had good start to the moving day, but as you rightly said, the old Grizzly is looking menacing. He is 2 under par in the first 3 holes, a very good feat. Mukesh Kumar, that is.
Yeah, I think if Mukesh Kumar can uh, somehow get to about a shot or maybe in a joint lead, I think it's going to be very difficult. He's going to get a vice grip around this trophy. That experience counts for a lot. And the thing is that even on the final day here, that even if fatigue does catch up a little bit, the golf course is not that demanding in terms of length of the tee. It's accuracy that's at a premium here. So that's where I think he's going to be really menacing. And Sunit better watch out because Mukesh would be hungry. He does want to validate himself. He often says that I'm not done until the time I say it's done. So
That's a fairly lengthy putt coming up for Amardeep Malik. Very good putter.
using that claw grip. Oh, just about.
Just about. Just about. As you see, it's not very straightforward while putting. The contours on these very tricky greens play a serious part. Now, there's nothing wrong with that part. It just broke millimeter later than what he had anticipated. Now you have Shivendra eyeing up his mere formality, I would say, from that distance.
Yeah, Shifin Sodi also a very long hitter. गोल्फ में हम समझाना चाहते हैं कि ग्रीन पे जब आप पटिंग कर रहे हैं, आप देखेंगे कि खिलाड़ी और उनके कैडी काफ़ी बातचीत कर रहे होते हैं. सो इसमें क्या है, वो समझ रहे होते हैं कि किस तरफ बॉल मुड़ेगी. तो आपको जो ज़मीन है और जो घास की ग्रोथ का तरफ है, वो आपको देखना पड़ेगा. और इस बैलेंस से ही आपको समझ में आएगा कि किस तरफ मुड़ेगी आपकी गोल्फ बॉल. और ये कुछ पता नहीं रहता जब तक आप शॉट मारते हैं. और ये देखिए, ये तो इन्होंने आराम से गिरा दिया क्योंकि छोटा पट था. बट जितना लंबा पट होता है उतना ही मुश्किल होते जाता है खिलाड़ी के लिए.
Yeah, reading the greens, reading the grain on the greens, reading the contours of the greens have never been easy for anybody. That's why people take a fraction bit of excessive time on gauging how the ball is going to react on the greens. My fellow commentator also used to do very diligent approach towards his putt. We used to call it the snake charmer move. He used to sit behind it and make his hand move as if on the track the ball's going to move.
Yes, I used to often wonder why I did that, but I think that was one of those ticks that used to happen on its own. It's what they say, trying to imagine, but I would often get so lost in the process that time would just flow by. It would almost, I would not know where I was until the referee's horn would be hooting in the background. And that's why I think if I look back on my time on tour, my best friends were referees. Inadvertently, I was having long conversations with them at every hole. And initially, when I started my career, I used to get really nervous when I saw them. But later, I think I perfected the art of the quick step. When the referee, I would see him out of the corner of my eye, I would just put on the afterburners, and when they would go on, I'll slump into my tortoise mode. So I would not recommend that for anyone. I think slow play is a plague, and it must be ended. And quick play is the need of the hour, because you actually don't have much day. Daylight hours are limited, and you need to cram up as many players as you can. Like this week, for example, you had a field of 126, and when it rains, it makes it difficult. And all things aside, it's important that we keep a quick clip. It's easier for the viewers, and as I say, indecision actually makes things tougher. So just pick your route and go ahead. And a testament to how good our players are doing. All of them have really improved their pace of play, and that makes for better viewing and better scoring as well.
Yeah, pace of play is a serious topic, a touchy topic rather, when it comes to professional golf, because not only monetary fines are being imposed on players, but if you take longer than the due amount of time you're given, the referees are very serious and can also penalize you for a stroke on that. So yeah, players are getting faster, meaner, and being very sure that they follow all the rules being implied for a clean, perfect game. That's a very good approach shot from Abhijit, finding a very tucked in flag on the seventh hole.
You're at hole number 7.
Hole number 7 is dog leg onto your left. People have two kinds of approach. They try and fly the out of bounds and get a very aggressive shot going in, and here you have a look at Sachin nearly jarred it in from where people would find difficult finding the flagstick.
आप देखेंगे सचिन बेसोया सचिन तेंदुलकर के तरह शॉट मारे हैं. ऑलमोस्ट होल इन 1 कर दिए हैं वहां पे. होल इन 2 दैट वुड हैव बीन एन ईगल. आप देखेंगे कि बॉल गिर के थोड़ी स्पिन करके वापस आई है. ये इसलिए होता है जब छोटे घास से हम शॉट लगाते हैं, जो बल्ले का कोना है वो बॉल पे लगता है और बॉल पीछे की तरफ घूमती है, और फिर जब ग्रीन पे गिरेगी तो वो स्पिन करेगी. तभी आपने देखा होगा श्रोताओं ने कि बॉल गिर के बाएं की तरफ भागी, तो इसे कहते हैं बैक स्पिन. और जो हमारे तगड़े खिलाड़ी हैं वो ज्यादा स्पिन डालते हैं, बट स्पिन को कंट्रोल करना भी जरूरी है आदित्य भाई, वरना बॉल कहीं और चले जाएगी.
Yeah, a very good example of controlling the spin was Sachin's approach shot on the 7th.
Yes, it's imperative that you be able to control the spin from all distances. Somebody that used to do it really well still does is Tiger Woods. He used to flight it down at various trajectories, and that would help him get the most out of that shot. Contrary to what a lot of people believe, that the idea is just to put an excess amount of spin. That's not the case. You actually have to control it when you have that swing speed from anywhere from 100 and 250 yards. And that distance, you have to be able to control the flight. Otherwise, excess spin can actually make it a lot more difficult. And that's what they call the dead hand shot, where you sort of have a lot lower hinge, a lot lesser amount of hinge in your wrist, and that actually allows you to have that sort of one bounce stop shot. Very difficult to perfect, but obviously is one that is required in conditions where spin is conducive.
That is rightly explained. Just a close look at the leaders. Sanit is still at the top of the helm with 2 shots clear from Akshay and Zamal. Zamal's made his move 1 up by birding the second hole, moves himself into a tide of second, 2 shots away from the leader. Mukesh, after having a stellar start, is 2 under par and is only 3 back. So is Azhar and Harinder, who are tying him at tied 4th at 8 under par respectively. Another mover who can be a serious contender for this week is Abhijit Chadha. He is 3 under par after 6 holes. A very good start on moving day. Can't count him out, as he himself is a multiple winner on our tour.
Yes, you see, the depth of talent on this tour is really something, a sight to behold. So many good players, the tournament winners, the international players. We do have a lot of our professionals who ply that tour all over the world. We saw Anirban Lahiri with that historic week just previously. And then you have Shubhankar Sharma, you have Gaganjit Bhullar, Arjun Atwal now on the senior PGA Tour. You have Jyoti Randhawa, who's still if you look at him, you won't believe that he's actually 50. He still doesn't look a day over 30, and the fitness can actually give even 20-year-olds a run for their money. So there's so many players. Jeev Milkha Singh, what a fantastic week he had at the Senior Open. So Indian golfers have always been good, and it was my belief that maybe a decade ago, a lot of golfers didn't quite venture out because it does have a very heavy financial connotation. It does require a lot of money to be able to venture out and ply your trade internationally. But now that we're seeing that support is coming from all quarters, you're seeing more players venture out, and it's not too far that we have a major champion and maybe even a medal at the next Olympics. We saw Aditi just miss out by a whisker, and in fact, I can consider her a medal winner as we have a look at Abhijit Chadha there draining that putt. You see her form, and even Diksha Dagar, what they're doing. It's really heartening to see what all our players, and especially what the girls are doing. It's on the international stage to have such multitude of victories and be able to compete with the best. And what Anirban is also doing is just fantastic. You look at host of they've done it on different stages, but to compete with the best of the world and just the top 10 players in the world like Anirban Larry has been able to do it time and again, and the girls, that is something I think that's rarefied air.
That is absolutely true. And as you just saw, Sachin and Abhijit both training their birdie putts, moving even closer to the leaders. It looks like Abhijit has birdied 4 holes out of 7 with a very big stride forward towards catching the leaders. Yes, rightly said. Indians have definitely been there for a while on the world international stage of golf, and the numbers are just increasing by the day. If you look at any tour, we have Indians representing the national flag, flying it high, and performing at very, very tight conditions, very difficult venues, very established players, and keeping the flag running high. So, yeah, it's only a matter of time where we see regular international wins coming up by Indians.
As we have a look at Sanjeev here at hole number 5. Man in white.
Yeah, definitely helps you beat the sun.
Ball rolling a little bit too much. We've seen that from the bunkers that they're not getting much purchase of the bunkers.
Yeah, I guess the wetness due to the rain is making life a little bit difficult in the bunkers. It's obviously gets not only that bunkers are not easy to come out of, but if there is rain and they are slightly heavy, makes it even difficult.
It also makes the sand a little more compact, and that I think sort of slows down this club head speed and reduces the margin for error as well if you are to spin it. And we know from damp conditions, if you try to spin the ball from the bunker, you're quite likely to hit a thin top because there's not much room for error. So these are the kind of conditions that players must adapt to, and that's why I think experience is so important in golf. It's one of those games where experience does hold the key. As we have a look at Shankar Das, an experienced campaigner.
Yeah, Shankar has taken the more aggressive route on the hole number 10 by trying to drive the green, and he's hit a phenomenal shot. Very simple up and down for him to get a stroke back.
Yes, hole number 10, only 267 yards. As if you look at the scorecards in terms of the yardages, they're not, they're really short holes to say the least. But, the challenge lies in and around the greens and the layout.
Yes, a very tricky layout. The short holes are not as simple as they look by the numbers. They have serious things coming into play, such as difficult contouring, stepping greens, where there is serious elevation change in the green, and out of bounds also coming into play on the hole number 10. So aggression, yes, can be rewarded, but you need to be very, very clear in your mind. As you see an approach shot coming up, the more conservative way of playing the hole.
And it's Prakhar Asawa there.
Yeah, Prakhar hitting a good shot into the 10th, his second approach shot.
Yeah, you saw that spin again.
Yeah, the 10th also is guarded by a very big tree on the right side, so it's not easy to access flags. Even if you have laid up, you've got to hit a very good approach shot into it.
Out on the golf course, the lowest score thus far is Abhijit Singh Chadha. The prodigious long hitting golfer is 3 under par through 6 holes, as we saw Arjun training that putt. And after that, there are quite a few rounds at 2 under par, Jamal being one of them. Then you have Mukesh Kumar, Saptak Talwar is 2 under par, Pukrat Singh Gill is also 2 under par, Divyanshu Bajaj. It's still early days, only 6 holes, so we have about 66.66% of golf to go if we have to talk about exact numbers. So there's still quite a few birdie opportunities. Yeah, quite a few rounds which are at 1 over par. So, I mean, on the balance of things, I think it looks like a.
Yes, and the boys are making the most of it by shooting red numbers. I would think somebody is going to definitely make a serious charge towards red numbers and try and catch the leaders, because Sanith is definitely not making it easy for anybody to catch him by having a positive start to the moving day.
Yeah, and I don't see him very, I don't see a case of frayed nerves with him either, because he has been able to win a medal earlier, so he would know what success tastes like. And talking about success, Gaurav Pratap Singh is no stranger to that. It's a pretty good shot out of that thick stuff. He's spends a lot of time on the short game. His coach, Kel Llewellyn, all the way from the land down under, has really endowed Gaurav Pratap Singh with a good short game. And he has that unique technique where is more of a wrist oriented short game. And he has very good timing in his hands. And that's how he's able to get those good shots around the green.
Yeah, truly. He's very good when it comes to around the greens. He's got that touch about him where he can nearly and even try to chip in from very awkward lies, which people find would difficult to make an up and down from. There you have the ever beaming Thangaraja waving towards the crowd.
This is going to be interesting. Akshay heard from the bunker and seemed to be muttering something to his caddy as well, or maybe just to himself. That is a sign that either it's going to be really aggressive or this lie is not something that he approves of. Let's see. We are seeing a lot of struggle from the bunkers. Players like Akshay Sharma, otherwise a stellar bunker player is Akshay. Especially, you normally notice that players who are left to right hitters of the golf ball, they're very good bunker players because they're used to having that club face open and under the ball. So I think the conditions, you can have varying sort of thickness in the sand, and the way it's sort of compact due to certain parts of the bunker getting more rain, and that makes it difficult for the players to contend these kind of conditions. And that's probably the last line of defense also of this golf course.
Yeah, and the place where Akshay just hit it from, we've seen a couple of players from that location. So, in fact, we just saw Karan Pratap hole out from that bunker shot. The magnificent shot he hit from there. Bunkers, after being wet, can be treacherous, difficult. Here's a look at our leader, Sanit. I think he just barely missed the green. Would be a very straightforward chip in putt for him. Oh, near perfection. Just comes up 2, 3 rolls short from chipping it in. Goes to show it's not about the bashful hitting of Sanit, but also a very good touch around the greens. You can't be leading tournaments or contending if you do not have short game finish, which he just showcased.
And for those of you joining us right now, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023, being played at the TNGF Golf Course in Chennai. This tournament offers a prize fund of 50 lakh. And currently leading the tournament is a young lad, Sunit Bishnoi, hailing from Gurugram. He's at 11 under par. He's 2 clear of the Bangladeshi golfer Jamal Hussain, who's at par, followed by Akshay Sharma, who's also who's in a tie for second at 9 under par. And you have quite a few international golfers in the fray. K. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka is in at 7th. You have Badal Hussain in ninth from Bangladesh. You have Sukra Bahadur Rai in 19th position from Nepal. Then you have Thanga Raja in at 19th position. He's from Sri Lanka. So quite a few international golfers who we're seeing perform well. And talking about one of them is K. Prabhakaran.
Up a little short than he would have liked. Just goes beyond to say that
तो हमारे श्रोता जो ये शॉट देख रहे होंगे वो सोच रहे होंगे कि इन्होंने ये छोटी क्यों मार दी है शॉट। ये तो गिनती का देखा जाए तो 20-25 गज का शॉट है लेकिन छोटा छोड़ दिया है। आप यही देखेंगे अब हरिंदर ये शॉट कैसे खेलते हैं। बल्ला उन्होंने खोला हुआ है कि बॉल गिर के रुके और धीमे तरीके से होल के पास आए और ये अच्छा शॉट मारा है। क्या है कि आपको कैमरा एंगल में दिख नहीं रहा होगा, वहां थोड़ा सा स्लोप है और अगर कि खिलाड़ी ने थोड़ी तेज मार दी तो बॉल आगे भाग जाएगी। तो इसी कश्मकश में कि बॉल को पास मारा जाए लेकिन आगे ना जाए, कई बार क्या है शॉट इतना अच्छा नहीं लग पाता है।
जी हाँ, शॉर्ट गेम बहुत देखने में आसान लगती है कि बड़ी पास से बॉल को होल की तरफ भेजना है, लेकिन उसको मारने की टेक्निक और जिसको बोलते हैं कलाकारी इतनी सरल होती नहीं जितनी छोटे डिस्टेंसेस पे लगती है। खासकर अगर जहां बॉल मार रहे हैं वो आपके पैरों की ऊंचाई के लेवल से ज्यादा ऊंचा है। आपको बल्ले को ना ही सिर्फ खोलना पड़ता है बट उसके साथ में काफी एग्रेशन के साथ स्विंग भी करना पड़ता है।
देखिए दूसरी बार, पहली बार गलती, पहली बार चूक गए
पर दूसरी
लेकिन
बार का सुधार काफी बढ़िया था।
देखिए खिलाड़ी सोचता है कि बॉल का घर है होल और बॉल को अपने घर की तरफ जाना चाहिए, लेकिन क्या कहें बॉल कहती है खिलाड़ी को दिल तो बच्चा है जी, हमारा जहां मन कहेगा हम जाएंगे। तो इसी मेल मिलन में खिलाड़ी ने अपनी बॉल से बात करनी है कि भैया हमारा काम सही जब चलेगा जब आप सीधे चलेंगे।
उसी दिल है बच्चा को समझाने के लिए शायद बल्लों की आवश्यकता पड़ती है, जिसके लिए 14 बल्ले सुधार लाने के लिए
ये आपने
दिए जाते हैं।
आपने बड़ा सही पॉइंट बताया है हमारे श्रोताओं को कि गोल्फ में एक बल्ला नहीं है बल्कि 14 बल्ले हैं। तो आपने सारे 14 बल्लों को आपने ठीक से इस्तेमाल करना है और वो आपसे खुश रहें तभी आप इस श्रेणी में जीत पाएंगे। और गोल्फ में आप अपनी मर्जी के 14 बल्ला इकट्ठे कर सकते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे इसको पटर कहते हैं। पटर इसलिए क्योंकि ये जमीन के साथ जाता है। ये देखिए रोल करते हुए होल की तरफ, लेकिन इस बार नहीं और थोड़े से चूक गए हैं लेकिन अगला पट जरूर गिरा देंगे। अलग अलग लाई एंगल होते हैं, अलग अलग लॉफ्ट होते हैं कि कितना खुला रहता है बल्ला। कई बल्ले आप देखेंगे बिल्कुल पतीले के तरह होते हैं, उसको लॉब वेज कहा जाता है। उनका चेहरा बिल्कुल खुला रहता है कि बॉल एकदम ऊपर जाए तितली की तरह और ग्रीन पे गिरे। और कई बल्ले हैं जो लंबी बॉल मारने के लिए, उसको अंग्रेजी में ड्राइवर कहा जाता है। इसमें कई बार लोग कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं कि भाई साहब ड्राइवर क्या है। ड्राइवर आपका बल्ला है जो सबसे दूर मारेगा बॉल को। आप सोचिए कि वो जैसे वीरेंद्र सहवाग छक्का लगाते हैं दूर के, वैसे ही ड्राइवर आपको दूर की बॉल मारने को रखा जाता है। और पटर है जिससे कहते हैं कि आप अपने पैसे कमाते हैं, क्योंकि अगर आपकी बॉल होल में नहीं जाएगी तो जनाब बहुत मुश्किल रहेगी। ये देखिए
That's a very good example of using the flag stick to its max capabilities by Harinder, draining out a long putt, which means he just saved his up and down from that length. Would definitely help him catapult his round.
Yeah, Harinder is one of those golfers who has that ability, to drain those putts from about 10 or 15 feet, and that I think is critical for professional golfers. That's going to be your difference between a good round and a great round. Making those birdies from that range, and sometimes you have an errant chip shot. You often get those chip shots rolling to about 10, 12 feet, and if you're solid from that range, Tiger Woods in his heyday was really good from that range. That can make all the difference. It's about scrambling. It's not about your great shots. It's about your misses and how you can control your miss hits. And still leading the tournament is Suneet Bishnoi, and we're bringing you live coverage here from ABP. This is the first time that we're doing our commentary in both Hindi and English, and I hope you're enjoying it. For both our viewers, let us know what you want to hear more of. You want to learn a little bit more about the game, or have a question about your favorite players, or just want to take the mickey out of both of us. You're more than invited to let us know. We're here from our studio, and we'll be with you for the rest of the day till we get done with the live proceeding.
Good to see a lot of people forming up galleries to support their favorite players, not only enjoying some seriously good golf, but also providing that extra support to the players. Always welcome to see galleries supporting their favorite players.
I had a simple rule in my head: if you're playing well enough to people actually watch you, then that means your time is worthwhile. As they say, if you're a professional.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे, तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Cracks, seepages, corrosion, hit them all for a 6. In fact, 7. Concrete Super King. The answer to all your building problems.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Even minute, intricate details are the kinds that they're on top of. I remember when we were playing golf, you would never really get out calipers and measure the width of a grip, or just trying to lock down the lie angle. But I think that's just a progression of sport overall in the world. The more competitive it becomes, so you try to get an inch anywhere. As you have a look at Akshay here,
Akshay trying to recover from an errant tee shot.
not quite sure. I think seems like a trunk call.
Yeah, long distance trunker.
As we have the unmistakable swing of Jamal.
Yeah, fifth hole on the TNGF is quite a nail biter because not only does it play long, it also has an out of bounds running very close to the fairway on the right side. As you can see, the dense growth on these trees, not easy. Sun is also in a little bit of trouble on the fifth, finding the left hand side rough. I guess you're going to flight it a little lower to keep the ball underneath those branches.
It's going to be a test for him, yeah, especially now that the lead has wilted down to only a solitary shot. And that's not his best effort. A very difficult shot in order to flight it down, but still keep it clear of that rough. So
Yeah, Sanit won't be happy with that execution of his. He's a very good maneuver of the golf ball. But as you say, there are times even the best of players falter a little bit.
There we have a look एट बादल यूजिंग द रेंज फाइंडर. ये हम बताना चाहते हैं, ये रेंज फाइंडर जो है ये भी एक नया डेवलपमेंट है गोल्फ में. पिछले 2-3 साल पहले जो रूल थे वो बदल गए. पहले अलाउड नहीं था. अब क्या है, जैसे हम आपको बता रहे थे कि गोल्फ को थोड़ा सा तेज करने के लिए समय कम लिया जाए, तो आप ये रेंज फाइंडर को इस्तेमाल करके, ये लेजर रेंज फाइंडर होता है, जैसे मिलिट्री ग्रेड में होते हैं, दूर से बाइनोकुलर आप जैसे समझिए, और आपको पूरी यार्डेज बता देगा कि आपका झंडा कितना दूर है. उसके बाद बस आपने बॉल झंडे में मारनी है, ज़्यादा काम नहीं बचा. तो एक चीज़ तो आसान हो जाती है, लेकिन इसमें एक ये दुख ये भी है कि अब कोई बहाना नहीं बचा आपके पास खराब शॉट मारने के लिए. पहले तो आप फिर भी बोल देते जी मेरे पास तो नंबर नहीं था, मैं 150 का था बट मैंने 160 का लगा दिया. अब क्या है जी, आपको पूरी यार्डेज पता होगी और शॉट सही ही मारना पड़ेगा.
Yes, gone are the days where you could blame that default in the yardage. The lasers, the rangefinders make life much more simpler. What comes the execution part after that is where is the real test of time.
I think also collecting equipment and as you see, a lot of extra things. It's also feels really nice. Like if I go for a round of golf now, even if it's just recreational, I like to have the range finder there. I like to have my gloves in top condition. Your equipment also makes you feel good, although it only lasts till the first shot.
वाओ, बहुत ही बेहतरीन चिप शॉट पुखराज द्वारा. तकरीबन तकरीबन उन्होंने गेंद को होल की तरफ भेजा ही नहीं, ऑलमोस्ट डाल ही दिया था. जैसे कि मेरे सह कमेंटेटर आपको बता रहे थे, चिपिंग है जब आप बॉल बहुत पास से गेंद को होल में डालने की कोशिश कर रहे हो. जितना आसान दिखता है उतना आसान है नहीं. गुड टू सी players enjoying themselves as Pukhraj on the lighter note out of a near chip in misses out and walks off. There you have the Nepalese brand ambassador Sukra trying to hack his way out from the extreme right side of the 10th hole. Seems to be using the contours of the green to his advantage. 10th hole can be a little tricky if you do not pull off your aggressive approach, as we just saw Sukra bailing out not towards the flag but a little away, because it's not easy to access flag from that kind of a lie where you need to keep the ball low and make it show that it does stay on the green. There you have Jairaj from Chandigarh eyeing up his putt. Would seem that this ball's going to break a little left to right and then, sorry, a little right to left and then left to right towards him, seeing the slopes. But that's just an educated guess. You can see two different shades of green on the 10th green. Yeah, that putt seemed to have baffled him a fraction than what he would have thought. Not easy to reach these tricky greens.
Yes, green reading is an art in itself, and especially being able to guess the line of the grain. I remember that is something that used to really flummox us when we would play, trying to get and gauge which way the grain is actually going. And that in itself is an art. And now there's so many different methodologies that have come about how you can read a grain. There is, there's a lie angle technique. There's the, looking at the slope. So many different kind of methods. There's plumb bobbing back in the day that we used to do when the putter was raised, and you're trying to look at it like an archer. Now there's so many different techniques. I remember one of our professionals, Kunal Basin, was very meticulous. He used to have a book and some sort of a gauge, and he used to write down. And that I remember it was almost like an engineer at a building site. I used to ask him that this seem like an overkill, and he used to say, no, that's the difference. And obviously he has quite a few victories to show for that.
Yes, he was very meticulous about using aim point and slope reading by using what the carpenters used to gauge the scale of how much the break is there on the slopes. Takes nearly about an hour to gauge a green. So imagine 18 holes. Wow.
I didn't quite know that. Because uh, you are right. I used to see him spend an inordinate amount of time on the greens, especially with those implements. And, I was always sort of confused. I said, this is a lot of work. I mean, to map each quadrant of a green and very meticulously. But obviously, I mean, there are two types of players. I see one is the freewheeling kind of player, who just show up and, a little bit like John Daly, just sort of show up, grip it and rip it. And then you have the very meticulous kind of player. So
Right.
I would say you do have the extremes. The majority is going to be in the middle, but there is a place for players of either kind. Like if you were to draw a parallel in cricket, you see the very meticulous Rahul Dravid sort of an approach where everything is measured and perfect, and then you have the bashful Virender Sehwag, where you go hell for leather and score a double century. So more than one way.
Yeah, that's true. There's another look at 10th hole. 10th hole is, again, as we just said, two ways of going about it. Shivendra seems to be going the more aggressive route with a 3-wood long hitter. I'm sure it's very easy for him to dial it down onto the green with that club.
This will make for an interesting view.
Seems to be starting it on a very aggressive line. Would like to see where it finishes.
Now, that's what you call a golf shot. Fantastic shot by him.
Yeah, he took out most of the trouble by going the aggressive route, but mind you, it is a very difficult shot still to pull off. That's the other way. If you look at your screens, Amardeep Malik going the more simpler way, the more conservative way. He's going to place the ball middle in the fairway by using an iron and then attack the flag with his second shot. So risk and reward versus simplicity. Whichever is your tool, use it to the best.
Yes, it's imperative that a player also knows how he's feeling that day. You might be an aggressive player, but some days the driver or the longer irons are just not functioning as they're supposed to. So you sort of take your medicine and play it short and then lay up from there. Uh, and it's a lot about, especially if you can pull that shot off. I know many shots that don't suit your eye, like for maybe a fade player. If there's kind of a hole where there's trouble on the right, maybe might not feel too comfortable, just depending on your gameplay, that what gives you comfort. As we have a look at the player going for the driver again, it seems.
That's Saptak Talwar. I get, it doesn't look like a drive. It looks like it's a 3-wood. I think he's also going to attack the hole. Would be fun to watch.
Yeah, and he's also encamped right in the center of the tee, so can't really tell what kind of shape is he favoring. The
See,
wind definitely seems to be a little from the buffeting from the player's right. So maybe a draw, I think.
yeah, you really have to move the ball right to left to access this flag. But mind you, there's out of bounds lurking right very next to the green side. So not for the faint-hearted attacking this hole. But as you see, these players are not only not faint-hearted, but are very talented to pull out shots. It seems to have started center green, moving a little towards the left.
Seems to be in a spot of bother here, just off to the left hand side.
Yeah, you see those white pickets? Those are the out of bounds line. So I'm hoping that ball stayed inside the out of
लेकिन
bounds.
जैसे कहते हैं कि गिरते हैं शह सवार मैदान जंग में, अगर आप घोड़े पे नहीं चढ़े तो मैदान जंग क्या जीतेंगे? सो चांस उन्होंने लिया, देखें कि अगर उनका लक भी उनका साथ देगा, वरना अगर आपने आउट ऑफ बाउंड्स मार दिए तो आपको फिर से खड़े होकर 2 शॉट पेनल्टी आपको लगेगी। आपने पहला शॉट मारा था और आप देखेंगे फिर आप तीसरा खेल रहे हैं तो एकदम दुख सा हो जाता है। खुशी, हर्ष और उल्लास की जगह आप एक बार 2 शॉट की पेनल्टी लेके खड़े होते हैं। तो ये गोल्फ में आपने ये कैलकुलेशन लेना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि कब आपको अटैक करना है और कब सेफ खेलना है। एक तरीके की जंग ही है आदित्य ये तो।
जी हाँ, और इस जंग में किस्मत का बहुत बड़ा हाथ भी होता है जब आप इतना ज्यादा एग्रेशन के साथ खेलें। जैसे कि वो पुरानी कहावत है, हिम्मत मर्दा मदद खुदा।
क्या
हर
बात है!
बारी जब आप कोशिश करें बेहतरीन उम्दा रिजल्ट लाने की, मेहनत के साथ साथ थोड़ी किस्मत भी काम में आनी बहुत जरूरी हो जाती है।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने। मेहनत करिए, फल की इच्छा ना रखिए, फल तो अपने आप मिल जाएगा। जैसे आप देखिए अर्जुन ने ये शॉट बिल्कुल अर्जुन की तरह मारा है, 15 फुट दूर, एंड नॉट टू डिफिकल्ट अ putt coming up from there for about maybe a makeable birdie, 15 feet, as you have a look at Mukesh Mukku. This is where he really excels, 100 yards and in. And mind you, there's no glove on either.
The
Likes to come a little across it.
I won't be surprised if he finds the dance floor and is very next to the hole. One just a fraction bit too long.
You know, that's a shot that he could have used a little bit of purchase of the surface, but unfortunately not able to get any spin.
जी हाँ, जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं, हर शॉट मारने की तरीका और टेक्निक थोड़ी हर खिलाड़ी की विभिन्न होती है एक दूसरे से।
Sanjeev there. Oh, that's it's quite a miscue from there. You know,
Yeah,
I
that's a very
that's one of those things. If I see the leaves rustle in the background, that could have been a gust of wind that caught that ball and buffeted down in the bunker.
yeah,
It's not.
that expression says
That's
a lot.
that's not really a stretch of imagination. That's one of the things that happens in golf. When you're hitting a shot, you haven't factored in the wind. There is no wind, but as soon as you hit the shot, it can get caught in a gust of wind, and that can push the ball down. So it's important to have good compression on the shot. That's why you see good ball strikers, they always thrive in difficult conditions, because when the margin for error is low, it really does matter how square the impact is. Somebody that I think of, and you don't really need to be a long hitter for that. You just need to have consistent strong strikes. Somebody that comes to mind is Siddiqur Rahman. He's a short hitter, but a fantastic hit he has on the ball, like a heavy hit with good compression and medium to short distance. So, and he always thrives in windy conditions.
Yes, accuracy is a very big factor in this game because it just helps you make life simpler, makes you attain your targets easily. Sanjeev not very happy with that approach shot. I think the gust of wind, yes, did affect his shot because far too talented a player to make that simple an error. There you have on your screens Amardeep Malik, a veteran on our tour, multiple winner, would like to put this ball right next to the hole because he's taken the safer route, gives you a better angle into this green, opens up the green from where he's coming up, makes relatively simple hitting this second shot. Yeah, he's hit it on the correct tier and has left himself a reasonably small uphill putt. 9 out of 10 times you would prefer a putt which is going uphill. Makes life easier when even every time you're putting on an uphill putt. That's Shivendra sizing up the break on the greens. Shivendra's waiting for to see the result of Saptak, what's happening with his ball. As he miscued it a little bit towards the left of the green, will not have a simple up and down from there, because once you short side yourself, especially in golf courses like TNGF, short game genius is what is required to put it next to the hole. Very tricky greens, very difficult, rough because it's grabbing the club more than usual due to the wetness in the texture because of the rain. That's a very great thing what Amar is doing right now. Repairing the pitch mark of where his ball is a good example of making sure you appreciate good playing conditions that which are given to you. Good sportsmanship, good ethics. And here's a good example of the caddy trying to help his player. There you have Mukesh.
We're back after that little bit of an intermission.
Bit of a technical slag, but we're back on the screens.
Screens Shivinder Singh. You're at hole number 10. You have Sachin Bisoya. He's actually going out with the big stick, the driver.
Yeah, Sachin taking the more aggressive route.
Would be wanting to hit a left-right fade, maybe a three-quarter driver, because he does hit the ball a fair distance. So I think the driver is a little bit of an over club for him.
And there seems to be a change in the leader group of the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. Abhijit Chadha has made a serious move of being 5 under par in 9 holes, finds himself tied third. Zamal has birdied one more hole and has caught up with the leaders at under par. So we have a tie for first place with 2 players.
Abhijit Chadha is making inroads into this tournament. That's really that's a dream start. And he does have that in him. He's, given his prodigious length, and especially depends on how he's putting. He has a long game. If he just dials down the putter, then you see he performed really well on those weeks. So maybe the short stick is yielding to its master. Jamal Hussain now at 10 under par, tied with Sunith. We also have Divyanshu Bajaj, the golfer from Kolkata. Also 5 under through 9. Seems to be that these golfers are enjoying the front nine and blazing a hot trail. Some of the other golfers out on the golf course not having the best of starts. Among those is Dipankar Kaushal, a very affable golfer from Noida Golf Course. He's at 2 over par through 6 holes. But knowing him, he'll still be going out all guns blazing and might make quite a few birdies. Dhruv Sharon, some sort of a return to form. We saw him perform really well a couple of years ago. Sort of faded a little bit to oblivion during the start of this year and last year, lost his swing, and that's golf. It's very unpredictable, and you hear one moment and the next moment it's sort of gone. It's like gold dust. So good to see him making the cut. MD Sanju towards the lower end, also a very good ball striker from Kolkata at 2 over for the day. Aryan Rupa Anand, the young lad who'd made a name for himself early this season, 2 over par for the day, 3 over for the tournament. Shamim Khan, the veteran, at 1 over and 1 over for the day as well.
Yeah, some of the players finding a little difficult day 3, but there is still a lot of golf left, and seriously talented players, they can all bounce back in a matter of no time. इतना टैलेंट है इन सब में, इतनी क्षमता है इन सब में कि किसी भी समय ये अपनी गेम का स्वभाव बदली कर सकते हैं, अपनी स्कोरिंग की टेक्निक और बेटर कर सकते हैं. काफी प्रभावशाली प्लेयर है ये सारे के सारे जिनका आपने अभी जिक्र किया है.
बिल्कुल सही आप बोले हैं, लेकिन चैंपियन बनने के लिए तो आग के दरिये से गुजरना पड़ेगा आदित्य जी.
जी हाँ.
एक ही चैंपियन बनेंगे कल, और बहुत सारे खिलाड़ी हैं, उमदा खेलने वाले खिलाड़ी. 10 अंडर पे लीडर हैं हमारे जमाल एंड सुनीत. बहुत काम है लीडरों को कैच अप करने के लिए. इट्स गोना बी टफ वीकेंड फॉर दीस प्लेयर्स, not in terms of scoring, but just definitely the depth of the field and how it's shaping up. We're seeing the top 15 players really hitting their own stride, and it's going to be an enjoyable afternoon. And just to update you, you're live on the ABP network, and we here at the India Siemens Pro Championship 2023 being played at the TNGF golf course at Chennai. And this tournament offers a prize fund of rupees 50 lakh. This is a critical event on the PGTI calendar. It's the calendar tournaments have resumed for the second half, and really an amazing flurry of tournaments on the offing. A lot of prize fund in store for the players, and this does provide a good ground for the players to sort of catch up on the others.
Yes. The first event after the summer break is a very pivotal event for every player to see all the hard work, all the tedious hours, the work not only on the golf course but also on the gym was in the right direction, or there is some more 2 weeks to be done. So yes, the first event always, performing in the first event is critical for anybody.
Coming back to the point about what the PGTI does for golf, we like to tell you that there was a golf clinic conducted by ace golfer Gaurav Ghai and Aman Raj yesterday at the range, specifically for junior golfers. And this was also followed by a long drive contest between Gaurav Ghai and Kapil Dev. Interesting competition, and that was won by Gaurav Ghai with a long drive of 250 yards. And so shows you that the two worlds, the two legends colliding, Gaurav Ghai and Kapil Dev. So very good. I'm certain that the crowd would have really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it's actually a very great initiative by not only PGTI but also Mr. Kapil Dev for promoting a sport which is not his original sport, but the amount of time which he spends on golf can now be said that he is truly an avid golfer.
Absolutely. Haryana Hurricane has done so much for cricket, the wisdom cricketer of the century, and so on and so forth. But he's definitely doing a lot for the game of golf as well, and a very avid golfer and a pretty good golfer as well, to say the least. And he's I remember playing around with him about 15 years ago, and I was astounded by how long he was hitting it. I was embarrassed also that he was out driving me. I said I should be, I should be able to keep up, but there's a lot of strength in Mr. Kapil Dev's swing. He was hitting it far, and he really did enjoy the game of golf, and he still does. Plays a lot of golf at different golf courses in Delhi, NCR, and the world. And his engagement with the game of golf has done a lot. If you remember last year, there was a tournament at the DLF, and he was able to rope in even MS Dhoni. So you had the heavyweights of Indian golf, of Indian cricket taking part in Indian golf, and that's the symbiotic nature. As we have a look at Prabhakaran here, holding that part, it's the association between these sports that can do a lot for the growth of golf on the grassroots, and even cricket for that matter. We have a lot of crossover between these two games, and I find that golf being an Olympic sport, and now PGTI offering world ranking points in the last 2 or 3 years, and that historic partnership between the DP World Tour and the Professional Golf Tour of India, the sky is the limit. And you can see that when there is support and acceptance of the game of golf, it really does flow down to the grassroots. You start from the juniors, the junior programs. There's so many good foundations now that do support the juniors and amateurs, and that's required because believe you me, it's an expensive sport till you have somebody's hand on your shoulder. And you see these players, they're doing a lot for the country, and to further the sporting agenda. And have a look at Abhijit here. This is the range that he struggles with. I see him hold a lot of long putts, but somehow those shorter putts, he doesn't quite have that dial down yet, but maybe he'll hold the rest of them going ahead.
Well, being 509 holes, I think he knows what he's doing. It just, not every putt will find the bottom of the hole. So is the nature of this game.
Yes, as we have a look at Thanga here, not wasting any time. Maybe all of 5 seconds. That's what we're talking about, espousing fast play.
Thanga also taking the aggressive route.
That ball has nestled down. It's going to be a very difficult shot coming back, and that's one of the challenges. The frontiers of this golf course is thick rough, and that's what you contend with.
Yeah, that is true. But the one thing which he's done good is he's missed it on the high side. That means he'll have a lot of green to work with. Unlike where we saw Saptak ending up his ball on the low side of the green, making life more difficult than he would have liked. You can see the flag fluttering. That means the wind's seriously up.
I just did a rough back of the hand calculation. We have 12 more events and almost 15 crore to play for. So this is a lot of prize money. And mind you, there are also going to be some co-sanctioned events and a lot of those events that come up as well, as we've seen that on the global scale, that things have sort of sorted between the bigger tours, and that's going to feed down to our country as well. And the golfers on the whole are going to benefit from that. And we've seen that Anil Bahan actually made the move across the pond to the live tour, and he's really benefited from that. He's done well, and now with both of them sort of the differences in the tour sort of merging, and players being allowed to play that, it actually gives the players more opportunities to showcase their talents on different avenues.
That's absolutely true. With the next few coming up events where the prize money is a whopping 1 CR or 1.5 CR, there's a lot of prize money to be made, a lot of world ranking points to be raked in by the players.
And one great initiative this year by the tour and the committee and everybody involved is that we actually have Monday qualifiers. I think that is just fantastic initiative. So you have 2 spots reserved for a lot of the players who can't quite, get qualified through the normal course due to their ranking. There's still 2 spots, so you can have qualifying of up to 20 players, I believe. You pay a paltry fee and you compete. And if you are to get the top 2 spots, then you play. So I think that's very good. That's reminiscent of a lot of international tours. and opens a lot more opportunities for players to try and qualify. I think that's fantastic.
Yes, it's a very good initiative that PGTI has taken. I think it was Patrick Reed who came out of the Monday qualifiers on the US Tour, qualified through that qualifier, and ended up winning the event. So, definitely a very good initiative to give those people a chance who have had a difficult week during the qualifying tournament. And it's not easy. Just 1 week to get your playing rights. It could be maybe you are suffering from an injury or an illness or just a bad week altogether can rupture your season if you do not perform well on that.
Yes, professional golfers, we have a look at Harshjeet here. Decent shot for maybe all of 65 yards. Professional golfers do live on the knife's edge. If you're not in the top 60, then you need to visit the qualifying school. And the qualifying school is the one where you can see upwards of 700 golfers vying for all of maybe about 46 spots or so. So it's not so easy. It's very difficult. If you lose your playing rights, you have to go to the qualifying school. And if by any chance you don't have the kind of week that you're expecting there, then you could just be left twiddling your thumbs, metaphorically speaking, for the next year. So golfers really have to keep their rankings and also peak at the right time, especially in the qualifying school.
That's Om Prakash with a very good chip shot from a not very easy angle. He had very less green to work with.
Yeah, he thrives on those kind of shots. Really good shot game and touch and feel for the game does Om Prakash have. As we see Thanga Raja nestle down. That's going to be a difficult shot. And that's one of those that can really scoot by a hole. You can try and nest. If you try to get too cute with it, you could end up leaving it short of the green. My take is that anything within 10 feet, it's pretty good shot. As you see, that's nestled down. You can't quite see the ball. Has given it some sort of a jab, and that's what I was saying. That's one of the perils of that shot. Or seems like he has been able to gauge the slope, and that's not too bad. All things considered, that's about maybe 10 feet, and that's a brilliant effort from there.
Yeah, that's a good shot from there. Would have liked it a little bit closer. I think he was trying to use the slope to get it back towards the hole. Not a bad idea, but the ball would have had to go a little higher to access the slope. Again, a very, very tricky shot to pull off, which he's made it look simple.
Yes, I think given the fact that he does bludgeon the ball far, he does also have imagination and touch. Seems like he has all the ingredients required for success on this very competitive tour, the Professional Golf Tour of India, which, mind you, is a global tour open for qualifying. So, and also world ranking points as well. So, not for the players to play for.
Yeah, that is true. Harshjeet lining up his birdie putt on the 10th hole and makes it. Would be relieved that there was enough gas on that ball to find the hole.
Yeah, it almost seemed like the ball was going to run out of breath, but she needed one last roll, and it did manage to get that.
There's something about those drone shots which make the sport look way simpler than it is.
Also, look a lot more mesmerizing, to be honest, but shows you that the difficulty that lurks around the green. You see the shrubbery, the trees, the bunker. It does make for a quaint setting, to be honest. Just a
That is
wonderful,
true.
just a wonderful Friday afternoon. If you're sitting in your office, just put on the channel, and you don't need to daydream. Beautiful golf course, pristine setting, and you see these players fighting it out for this coveted championship, the India Cements Pro Championship.
Wow, that's a very good up and down from Thanga from that heavy stuff.
थंगा राजा ने दिखाया है कि मैं बॉल भी दूर मार सकता हूं, बट मैं पटिंग भी अच्छी कर सकता हूं. तो दोनों चीजें हैं उनके पास. पावर भी है और एक्यूरेसी भी है.
That is true. Thanga Raja showcasing how short game is also equally important, not just pounding the hell out of that golf ball.
If you're joining us, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023, being played at the TNGF Golf Course, Chennai. This tournament offers a prize fund of 50 lakh with approximately 8 lakh and then some going to the winner. Currently leading the proceedings is Jamal Hussain at 10 under par alongside Sunit Bishnoi.
Yes, the lead seems to be have shared now from solo lead from Sunit by Zamal. Interesting setbacks on the moving day where Sunit would have definitely liked himself to be a shot or two clear from where he began the day, but he finds himself at the same number where he started the day. I'm sure he'll be edging to jump away and take the sole lead on his own.
But I think if I were Sunit, I'd be okay. He's level par for the day. He's dropped a shot. But overall, not much damage done. I think if he can shoot like a couple under par, he should be there and thereabouts. And maybe not the worst thing if you're trailing on the final day by a couple of shots. So you can sort of mount that challenge. So you don't really need to be leading, but you shouldn't quite lose sight and capitulate. That's something that you don't want to do. And that can happen. You can wilt under the pressure when there's so many pursuers and the big tournament, it's the inaugural tournament. So, there's a lot of uh, pressure of expectation, so to speak.
Of course, especially when you are looking for that elusive first win, which Sunit would be trying to gun down this week. He's got some serious, fierce competition in forms of Mukesh, Harinder, Abhijit, and Zamal. All multiple winners on tour, all seasoned veterans, and as they say, veterans know a thing or two more because they've done it too many times. But it's never that simple.
Yes, seeing Harinder, Mukesh, there and thereabouts, they're tied third, just a short behind is Harinder. Mukesh in fifth position. In the tournament, it's safe to say maybe decided or maybe won by somebody from the top 10. And at this point in time, it seems like Jamal could be the one. Sunit, level par for the day. I think the next few holes are going to be decisive if he is to win this tournament as we have a look at.
Arjun Sharma sizing up his putt, a very, very good putter, and showcases why we just said that.
I think that's a testament when you see a player hit the putt and walk off when that confidence and swagger, you know that he's on top of that putting game.
Yeah, Arjun has been a very good has had a very good amateur career, and in the last season has come about his way of showcasing his professional golf. He's had a second position on the Coimbatore Golf Club, nearly getting his first victory. Very, very hardworking guy. Spends a lot of time in the gym to size himself to the best of ways he can to go about his game. Here's a look at the leaderboard. At tight first, we have Zamal and Sunit at 10 under par. Very close tight. Third position, we have Harinder and Abhijit Chadda making that big move on moving day. At fifth position, we have the seasoned veteran warhorse Mukesh Kumar at 8 under par. So all in all, it's just looking up to be a very exciting third and fourth round. So stay glued to your screens or pick up your picnic baskets, make your way towards the TNGF golf course, see, experience, and enjoy the beautiful, not only the scenic, beautiful golf club, but also the excellence these young and senior players are putting up might entice you to pick up the game. And
There we see that difficulty that the bunkers is posing, and also you can see there's a considerable amount of mud that is on that ball, and that sort of interferes a lot with the player's shot. So it's not the easiest of conditions, given that there was a slight downpour.
yeah, that's the beauty of a coastal city. You cannot not expect rain at any point of the day.
Yes, absolutely. और हम अपने श्रोताओं से बताना चाहेंगे कि आप इंडिया सीमेंट्स प्रो चैंपियनशिप 2023 देख रहे हैं। ये इवेंट TNGF गोल्फ कोर्स पे खेला जा रहा है चेन्नई में, और इसका प्राइस फंड है 50 लाख रुपए, जिसमें से कि 8 लाख और थोड़ा और विनर को जाता है। बाकी जो प्लेयर कट बनाते हैं 2 दिन बाद, उनमें डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो जाता है।
जितनी बेहतरीन आपकी परफॉर्मेंस, उतना ज्यादा बड़ा प्राइस चेक पर्स आपके बैंक का बैलेंस बढ़ाता हुआ।
बिल्कुल, इसमें गोल्फ एक ऐसा गेम है जिसमें आपका परफॉर्मेंस सिर्फ आप ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल रहते हैं। आपके पास कोई टीम नहीं है, ये इंडिविजुअल स्पोर्ट है। तो इसलिए आप अच्छा खेलें बुरा खेलें, आप अपने आप को ही ब्लेम कर सकते हैं, किसी और को दोष नहीं दे सकते। आप ही हैं अकेले खिलाड़ी। एंड इस टाइम जो देखा जाए, सबसे आगे प्रथम श्रेणी पे हैं जमाल हुसैन बांग्लादेश से, और बहुत ही उम्दा गोल्फ खेलते हुए इस समय 11 अंडर के स्कोर पे। और इनके पीछे हैं सुनीत बिश्नोई 10 अंडर पार पे, और अभिजीत सिंह चड्डा चंडीगढ़ से 9 अंडर पार पे। सो बड़ा ही बेहतरीन टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है इस समय।
जी हाँ, जमाल जिन्होंने टूर्नामेंट की शुरुआत करी थी 2 शॉट लीडर से पीछे होने की जगह, अब खुद अपने आप को स्थान पे पा रहे हैं कुछ बेहतरीन उम्दा गोल्फ के प्रदर्शन के बाद। तीसरा दिन इस स्पोर्ट का सबसे ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन होता है, जहां पे आप अपने आप को और बेटर करने की कोशिश करते हैं। जितना बेहतर आप खेलेंगे, जितनी बेहतर आपकी गोल्फ का प्रदर्शन होगा, उतना ऊपर, उतना नंबर 1 श्रेणी की तरफ आप अपने आप को ले जाने की सहायता कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि इस गेम में सहायक और सारा करता धरता एक ही इंसान के ऊपर होता है, क्योंकि ये टीम स्पोर्ट नहीं है। आपको खुद ही अपनी गलतियों को सुधारना पड़ता है।
Yes, Aditya, you're right. Have spoken almost the gospel that yes, this is an individual game, and they're not can't really blame anyone, and that's the beauty and also a certain pitfall in this game. I think a team sport allows you the leverage that, if you don't quite play well, somebody else can carry you with their performance. But in golf, unfortunately, you live or die by your own performance. So there's not many places you can look for, especially in terms of excuses. And I don't think Jamal needs too many excuses today. He's playing really well at 11 under par. I think that's one of the unique characteristics if we look at a team sport vis-a-vis something like golf. Golf, you're really exposed to the elements, even as far as the game is concerned. It's played out on an expansive range of surface. You can have different conditions, and then in addition, you have to keep your composure, compete with the others. As you have a look at this putt, very well judged by Badal there.
Yes, Basil has actually dialed in from a different country code. It seems to
Literally
that.
and metaphorically.
Yeah.
So he's been able to do that quite well today. Look at Harinder. I'm seeing that the hair has become a distinct feature for Harinder. I think he's changed his hairstyle.
Yeah, Harinder is sizing up his putt. But yeah, you're right. Harinder seems to be supporting the more salt and pepper look.
And let's see if that putt. That's a pretty nice putt right there.
That's
Good
a
try.
very good attempt from that far out.
That's what they say. You want to ensure that the ball goes past the hole. That way, you know that you have given it an opportunity. And also that the one coming back becomes a lot more simpler because it cuts down the mystery. You know the way it's going to turn back and makes it a lot more easier.
Yeah.
Mukesh Kumar, in fact, when I started golf and Army Golf Club, and he was visiting once, I remember, for one of those clinics, and I remember we really flocked to him and asked him that what is the key to short game. And I remember him telling us that when you're chipping, I would like you to keep a tee on all 4 sides of the hole within one club length. And each time you're chipping, sometimes try and ensure that you're about within that one club from the cup till the tee behind, and then the tee before and right to left. He said that's how you practice chipping, because then you know which side you want to leave it on. That's very important that you can control the misses.
Yeah, that's wise from the word. That's words from the wise, and very effective way to harness your short game and also test your skills. As they say, short game is a game within itself. Prabhakaran cleaning up after his long attempt. You can see the trees really fluttering very hard. That means the wind is a realistic factor right now.
That's going to make things a lot more spicy as the day carries on. But ideal conditions for golf. Rain has lowered down the temperature, made it really comfortable for the golfers. The greens are playing nice and true, and the golf course is quite short in terms of length of also. Back to the action now at hole number 8. The hole number 8 is a par 4 measuring at 395 yards. Putt should break a little bit from the right to left. On our screens is Karan Pratap Singh. C. Muniappa now, former Indian Open champion. C. Muniappa currently having quite a disastrous day at 5 over par after 9. That's definitely not trending the right way. C. Muniappa there recovering. He's been suffering from that back injury for almost over a decade now, and that's been something that has held him back. But we're seeing some sort of return to form. He has been able to make quite a few cuts and even a few good finishes, so that's good to see. That's the group of Shamim Khan, Rajoli Mola, and Souvik Nayak, who we just saw on our screens at hole number 18. Shamim Khan, very consistent golfer. Shamim Khan, in fact, even leads the career earning list. So shows you that you don't have to be the longest hitter. You just need to be really good and consistent as what he is. Really good player is Shamim Khan. He's played a whopping 278 events on the PGTI and leads none other than Mukesh Kumar in the lifetime earnings by about a figure of 70 lakh. 90 lakhs, my apologies, sir. Shows you that if you can play good golf, you can make a decent living.
That's more than a decent living because the number before that is a very big one.
Yes, of course. And I think these players deserve that. And this year, you're going to see that number balloon a lot. You have Rashid Khan, is still just a precocious young man. He's maybe just about in his 30s, I assume, and he's already on third for the all-time money list. Followed by Chika Rangappa. Only 95 events has amassed a little over 3.1 CR. So fantastic effort by Chikarangappa.
Yeah. Shows that width-wise, these greens are sizably big. And add a little bit of contours into them can be a very tricky place to be playing golf at. Greens are a very important character at this venue because they have the level of difficulty next to being judged in extreme.
Yes, that's what they say. You drive for show, but you putt for dough.
That is absolutely spot on.
So this golf course exemplifies that saying. Putting becomes a lot more important for these players.
Yeah, there you have Divyanshu from Calcutta sizing up his putt. Or he's from Bangalore now. He's moved home base. He's working on his fitness to get better, or as he would like to call it, his version of Divyanshu Bajaj 2.0.
That's good. I think version 2.0 is definitely trending in the right direction.
Yeah,
Divyanshu
that is
Bajaj
true.
is at. We've just got a score update. I'm not quite sure if this is right.
If this is right, this is stellar golf.
He's apparently 8 under after 12. So if that's version 2.0, then please sign me up for that version.
Yeah, we all need to steal the pages from Divyanshu Bajaj's playbook to reach out and make ourselves better. And it looks like that number is correct.
Yes, and that.
And he has holed out his next putt also. This would be interesting to watch. Divyanshu Bajaj has jumped 25 positions and is sitting himself at 10 under par, which is 8 under par, and he's got a few holes to go.
Yes.
Amazing performance. Amazing is also a very small
So
word.
Aditya, I think you need to pull a page out of his book and sign up for Aditya version 2.0. Is that what we're going to see next year?
2.0 के लिए मुझे दिव्यांशु बजाज के साथ जाके रहना नहीं पड़ेगा, उनका हर चीज को अपनी जिंदगी में अबाइड भी करनी पड़ेगी।
मेरा डर ये है कहीं आदित्य आप 2.0 के चक्कर में 1.0 भी ना चला जाए, 0.50 ना बन जाए आप। कहते हैं कि अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं बर्ड इन द बुश इज व्हाट टू बर्ड, क्या बोलते क्या हम कंफ्यूज हो गए इंग्लिश हिंदी में बात करके।
बर्ड इन द हैंड इज बेटर देन टू इन द बुश।
आप बिल्कुल सही बोले आदित्य। अभी क्या होता है कि कई बार हम खुद कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं। तो बात ये थी आप कौन से वर्जन में कमेंट्री करेंगे, तो आप मेरे ख्याल से आप 0.1 ही रहिए
कमेंट्री के लिए। 0.1 ठीक है, बट अगर गोल्फ अच्छी खेलनी है तो दिव्यांशु बजाज को इमीडिएटली कॉल लगा के पूछना पड़ेगा कि ऐसा क्या बदलाव आया है उनकी गेम में।
आपसे पहले
तभी बात बनेगी।
ये जरूर नहीं है कि हम मैदान जंग से वापस आएंगे, लेकिन लड़ेंगे जरूर। ये देखिए हमारे स्क्रीन पे अंकुर चड्डा, माय अपॉलॉजीज, इनके बड़े भाई हैं, उनका नाम है अंकित चड्डा। And for all our viewers who are joining us, we'd like to say I am your host Shorty Singh, joined alongside Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan. I hope that we're able to entertain you during this penultimate day here at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023. Aditya, how's it going so far for you?
Oh, it's going amazing. I'm finding it very, very interesting to switch between languages and keep it entertaining for all of you to stick on to what we are now going to call. It
Let's
actually
see.
makes you take a extra amount of time to figure out how to conjure up the next shot from serious difficulties.
Let's see if Arjun can find the correct destination on this journey. He's gauged that really well. You saw that slight sort of uphill there,
Yeah,
the change in elevation, not that easy to comprehend for the players.
Arjun has left himself a very small birdie putt coming up. Always better to be underneath the hole. Makes your putt a little simpler, makes life a little easier to have an uphill putt. These are those beautiful drone shot videos which you can see. The different texture in the sand of the bunkers is showcasing how much rainfall the golf course has experienced. Normally they are pearly white. Right now you can see almost two different shades where the sand has actually dried up, and some places where the sand is not so dry and is a little heavy.
We're seeing quite a few low rounds out on the golf course today. We see Divyanshu Bajaj, 8 under par, definitely gunning for the course record here. Then we have Abhijit Singh Chadda, 5 under par. Then we have my namesake Shaurya Binu at 5 under par. Quite a few golfers out on the course who are going low. But surprisingly, there's an equal number who are also struggling as well, Aditya. So, what would you attribute that to? I'm seeing some over par rounds. It seems to be a mix, and even if you look at the low numbers, there are not too many apart from like there are a lot of players that like maybe a couple under par, but only 3 players who are more than 3 under par. So, what's your take on that?
जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं, हर एक प्लेयर उतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं दे पाते हैं हर टूर्नामेंट में, क्योंकि इस गेम का स्वभाव ही ऐसा है कि हर हफ्ते दर हफ्ते नंबर टॉप की पोजीशन पहुंचना बहुत मुश्किल ही नहीं, लगभग असंभव है। 126 लोग जो इस प्रतिक्रिया को शुरू करते हैं, उनमें से सिर्फ एक ही होता है जो टॉप पे जाएगा।
ये आपने सही बात कही है कि गोल्फ का रुत थोड़ा ऐसा है कि बड़ा ही कंपेटिटिव गेम है, मुश्किल है क्योंकि आप 126 खिलाड़ी शुरू करते हैं पहले दिन पे और आखिरी दिन तक सिर्फ 50 प्रतियोगी रहते हैं और पेचेक उन्हीं को मिलता है, बाकी बेचारे खाली हाथ जाते हैं तो उनका मनोबल थोड़ा सा नीचे भी हो जाता होगा। आप आए हैं, इतना खर्चा किया है, आप इधर तक आए, लेकिन यही खेल है, जिंदगी की तरह है। आप चांस लेंगे तभी तो आप जीतेंगे और कहते हैं कि हार के जीतने वाले को बाजीगर बोलते हैं। तो हारेंगे अगर हारेंगे नहीं तो जीतेंगे कैसे?
बट उसके लिए बारी दर बारी बाजी पे लगानी पड़ती है। And that's a very good up and down from Arjun on the 10th, would move him into a positive stride coming up to the 11th hole. It's always better, not better actually, it's always good to have starting whichever nine, be it the front nine or the back nine, on a positive note, like Arjun just started off with a birdie.
Yes, that makes things a lot more easier. I think sets up the day. Always found that if you can get the first couple of holes out of the way and make a birdie, then it makes life a lot more easier because even though you are playing 18 individual holes, you sort of carry that score with you. You know, there are many times that you might start badly and make a few birdies on the back nine and even things out. But I think given a choice, any golfer would want to start his round well because then you always sort of that mountain of pressures already, you're already under it. If you have a bad start, then you're wondering when will I make the birdie. So I think if you can get off to a good start, that sort of sets you up for the rest of the round.
Yes, and for people who have not had the opportunity of getting onto this track, the back nine is way more open, provides a lot of birdie opportunities, but because of the open nature of the back nine, it brings in wind as a realistic factor, especially when it's gusting so strong. You can see how the leaves are moving from side to side.
Yeah, this is no breeze here now. This looks like a gale force wind. Here is intent on blowing the players away and making the round quite difficult. And that's going to make for some interesting viewing, not least for the players who will have to contend with a multitude of factors now. Given that the greens will also dry out with the wind, so it'll make it a lot more difficult for these players to judge those shots around the green.
Yeah. That was Anil Mane trying to send the ball home. But yes, wind will be a very big factor, especially in the back nine. You can see how strong
So, very nice view of that ball tracer.
Yeah, the Pro Tracer technology also provides you, the viewers, to see how the different ball flights come out of different players on the same hole.
Yes, as they say, more than one way to skin a cat.
Yes, not only more than one way, you get 18 opportunities, provided you end up skinning the cat.
As the players enjoy that walk. As Greg Norman famously said, that the nicest walk in golf is one with about more than 200 yards with a putter in your hand. When you have a long iron in your hand or a wood and you hit the green, then you walk with a putter.
Yes.
And on the contrary, I think Ben Hogan had said that golf is a good walk spoiled. So, take your pick what it is.
Different point of views from two very big names in this game.
Hole number 18, good chip shot there. Seems to be MD Sanju there. Another one of those golfers. That's a very good heavy hit on the ball. Puts a lot of compression on that golf ball. Hailing from Kolkata. MD Sanju currently at 2 over for the day and 2 over for the championship. You're seeing that quite a few eagles today. Hole number 10 has yielded 2. Second hole, the par 5, has also yielded a couple of eagles. And hole number 16, Divyanshu has made an eagle. And on hole number 18, we've seen Arjun Sharma make an eagle.
Yeah, the interesting part is that Adil and Sachin have birdied the 10th hole. That's a rare sighting, an eagle on a par 4.
I think that's mostly owing to the reachable, characteristic of this hole. It's a dogleg to the right and slight dogleg. My apologies, and playing quite reachable for the players. Maybe on 275 yards. So a lot of players getting there with the 3-wood and medium hitters with the driver. So
Yeah, just as Arjun and Shivendra showcased an aggressive route on that hole, this particular hole, 10th hole, can be rewarding provided you pull the correct shot under the gun because it ain't for the faint hearted.
yeah, but I feel that where the pin is, it's not the easiest shot after laying up either. You're not really confirmed a birdie from 70, 80 yards, but you sort of take out the big number.
Yeah, you take out the inevitability of not dropping a shot on that hole. That seems to have flown a few extra yards than what the player would have intended. It's on the higher tier. This green pretty much supports 3 tiers. Would be an interesting putt coming up for him. A long, contoured putt coming up for him from that line. For those who are joining us, we are giving you live coverage of the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship, which is the 9th event on the Tata Steel PGTI 2023 season. A brand new event hosted at TNGF, Tamil Nadu Golf Federation. Beautiful track situated in the heart of the city. They have just come out with a very beautiful clubhouse, newly inaugurated in the month of April. The prize purse for this tournament is a whopping 50 lakhs. We have some very big names in form of Aman Raj, Karan Pratap, Gaurav Pratap, Abhijit Chadda, Jamal Hussain Mola, showcasing their talents on this venue, which embarks the second half of the 2023 season of PGTI. The local challenges were, the local players who were posting the challenge for the tournament were C. Arul, Sandeep Sial, and S. Prashant. However, none of them were able to make the cut, such is the nature of this game. There you have Harinder coming from the short side of this hole. Has hit a very good shot of the bunker, left himself all about 8 to 10 feet of putt for his, I would presume, B birdie. But as of right now, it's Devyanshu Bajaj who has made the most of the moving day at 26 under. Who's jumped 26 spots by being 8 under par. और अभिजीत चड्डा जिन्होंने बहुत ही बेहतरीन खेल का प्रदर्शन करते हुए अपने आप को 11 स्पॉट ऊपर की तरफ लेके गए हैं, 5 अंडर आज खेल रहे हैं और उन्होंने अभी तक सिर्फ 12 होल ही खेले हैं. तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि बहुत अच्छा चांस है कि ये इस स्कोर को और बेहतरीन कर सकते हैं। Well, the title sponsor for this event is India Cements. India Cements has 75 years of legacy, and it's done one of the largest producers of cement in India, South India, that is. Here's a look at the pro tracer from the leaders Sanit, Akshay, and Zamal. Beautiful technology. TNG has been providing a lot of support to professionals, sports, and it's a very welcome addition to professional sports in the form of golf. I didn't know that TNGF was the golf course was built up in the year 1930. It makes it a very old venue.
Yes, a lot of history behind this golf course. It was as early as January 1938, the 15th day to be precise, when the Honorable Victor Alexander Hope, the then Governor General of India, inaugurated a golf course in the city. And over the years, with a growing popularity, but still perceived as the preserve of the rich and lead, the course evolved still. And with the passage of time, you've seen that this golf course has become a lot more accessible. And with the turn of the millennium, like the lava turning into a butterfly, the transformation moved up a notch. And with the TNGF taking over the administration of the course, and the task was uphill at the start, but was as early as 2000 under the able stewardship of the president, Mr. N. Srinivasan, backed by a concerted effort of a golf-loving committee. The rich history, and also big thanks to Mr. N. Srinivasan, who's played a big part in what this golf course is today.
Yeah, that is true. Very good heritage in this golf club. And the addition of the new golf clubhouse is a big feather in their cap.
I think it's going to be a interesting venue even for this tournament for the years to come. The players really like this golf course. It's a scoring golf course. It's different. It gives the opportunity for a lot of the veterans also to be able to compete.
It
And the
gives you
conditions are
true.
conditions are
It gives you a lot of risk and reward opportunities on this hole. And it's not a track where only power hitting is rewarded. Accuracy helps because it gives you more realistic birdie opportunities.
and the conditions are immaculate. It's a joy to be playing here. the pole vault competition in the Olympics. What he's done is from 2 under par, just about making the cut, maybe 3 shots inside. He's been able to pole vault himself to numero uno.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest jump that I've witnessed in the last couple of years on the professional golf tour of India. There was a massive deficit, and he is just being able to put himself in the driver's seat.
Just showcases the depth in the field that even from 8 shots back on the moving day or be the penultimate day, the players can jump and move towards pole position.
I'm also interested to see that if he can do a Bryson, so as to speak, if he can shoot 59 or 58, it's not really outside the realm of possibilities at this point.
Yeah, it is. He's making it look more realistic than ever.
We have 6 holes more, and he's already 8 under par. Needs to go 5 under to break that 60 barrier, but I think even a round of double digits under par is going to be some great achievement. I remember Anirban Lahiri back in the day shooting a 12 under at JP Golf Course. He always had that penchant of going low.
Yes. In this game, getting red numbers is definitely an advantage, and if you can jump them up as high as what Divyanshu is showcasing right now, is not anything for the simple people. It's very rarefied air, very difficult to achieve those kind of feats.
Yeah, I think also a very important fact is that a player must have the ability of producing these kind of feats. It's better to be a player who blows hot and cold and has the ability of going deep, because only then can you really win tournaments if you can shoot those low numbers. So you must have the ability of shooting deep numbers, and Divyanshu 2.0
Yes,
is showcasing to us
as we
that
would
yes,
like to keep it going, Divyanshu 2.0.
as we have a look at Sachin here on hole number 14.
Divyanshu's always been a very good ball striker. It's the flat stick which keeps troubling him, but seems to be that he's taken charge of that department also.
You can see the discussion between caddy and player. It's pretty important. I feel anytime you're within the vicinity of 10 feet, the line sort of becomes sacrosanct, because if you're wrong on the line, you're not going to go, you're not going to get the ball in the hole. So even it's a lot more important than even the stroke, because you have to start it on the correct line.
Yeah, all that is paramount is to be able to make the ball travel on the line what you've seen.
That's invariably you see where there's a lot of discussion or any hint of a doubt. This tends to happen that the player decelerates and doesn't quite go through with the putt, because you get so preoccupied with the thought of the line. And I know that from personal experience, that you're so engrossed in the process of the line that you forget that you have to still stroke the putt. So that's where a good caddy's work is really cut out. That you should have the line prepared beforehand, and even any perspective doubts that you can address and help the player be confident on that intended line.
Yeah, definitely makes life easier for the player if you get the correct line gauged by your caddy, because so many times as a singular individual you see so many different breaks on the same putt. So to have a educated opinion about that is a very big plus. It's pretty much like the 15th club in your bag.
Yes, let's see how that club works for Abhijit. We saw him miss that part earlier, but he's still having a fantastic round. He's at 5 under par.
Narrowly missing out on that.
Missing that on the right as well.
Now on your screen is Adil, who's trying to again use the 15th, so-called 15th club in his bag, his caddy, to help him gauge the correct line and the correct speed for this putt. इस गेम में एक ही सहायता आपको किसी और आदमी से मिल सकती है, विच इज योर, जो है आपका कैडी, जो आपको मदद कर सकता है कौन सा बल्ला और बॉल को किस तरीके से, किस दिशा से, किस गति के साथ होल की तरफ भेजना है, ताकि वो कम से कम शॉट लेकर गेंद को होल में डाल सके. As we all know, it's not a very, it is an individual sport, and caddy factor is a very important thing. So some of the caddy player relationships are very, very tight knitted. A lot of players have family members also caddying for them in terms of helping each other out. A good example on our tour is Ankur Chadda and his brother Ankit. Ankit pretty much travels most of the facilities with him to help his brother out. And here's another look at the leader group, Zamal, Akshay, and Sunit. They found their way on the 10th hole, which in other words is back nine of the tournament of the golf course. If you were a betting man, you will call it money country. And money country it is indeed, because each hole is, you're running out of holes to better your performance with lesser number of holes remaining. For those of you who are joining us, we are showcasing you the ninth event on the Professional Golf Tour of India through ABP, who are the media partners for this event. This is live coverage of round 3. And here's a look at the leader Zamal sizing up his putt. And what a beautiful putt by Zamal. Not only did it have the correct line, but it went out at a very good pace also. This putt could definitely break out the tie between the leader groups and give Zamal sole lead.
Here's a look at Akshay. Akshay currently at 9 under par for the tournament, even par for the day. So he's looking to move into red numbers. Jamal Hussain and Divyanshu lead the tournament at 10 under par. Followed closely by Abhijit Singh Chadda, Mukesh Kumar, and the man on your screens, Akshay Sharma.
That's another beautiful putt from the leader group, Akshay.
Yeah, so that would move him into a tie for the lead at 10 under par. He looked really elated after that putt. Let's see if Suneet can make this putt. It's a little more difficult putt coming downhill. Would break a little to his left. Let's see if he's able to gauge that. Brilliant putt by Sunit there. For those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023 being played at the TNGF golf course in Chennai. The prize fund for this tournament is 50 lakh, and the top 5 players currently are Jamal Hussain, Divyanshu Bajaj, Abhijit Chadda, Mukesh Kumar, and Akshay Sharma. Look at some of the highlights from earlier today. Jamal there. Quaint settings, ideal for golf. Raja opting to complete that hole with his lob wedge instead of a putter, and that's you see a couple of players do that when there's not much uncertainty and it's a short putt. But I would recommend not trying that. The novice golfer should not try that.
Yes, not at all recommended, but Thanga seems to differ from our opinion.
I reckon this putt would break a little bit to the left. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to shuffle a little towards the right.
Oh, just in the end, not quite getting that locked down.
OP doesn't seem to be happy with the stroke which he's made. Rightly so. It looked like a very simple putt for a man of his caliber. And talking about caliber, that's something like about a 6'7" guy sizing up into a football size of a football.
I think that he's just also trying to make sure that he gets the correct line. Seeing OP miss that putt would have put a little bit of doubt in his mind regarding the line. Let's see if he's able to lock that down.
A man of that side should be able to just give the stern look to the ball and tell her to go home.
I think that's what he did, and good for him that he was able to make that putt.
On your screens, you have Gaurav Pratap from Noida, an extremely hardworking guy, an extremely talented player, and I'm fortunate enough to have him as my roommate. Although this week he stays alone.
Gaurav Pratap Singh, 3 under for the tournament, just about missing that putt.
Has a very good stroke, barely missed the cup somehow.
और हमारे जो श्रोता हैं जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं उनको हम धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं। आप आज देख रहे हैं इंडिया सीमेंट्स प्रो चैंपियनशिप 2023 TNGF कॉस्मो गोल्फ कोर्स पे चेन्नई में। इस टूर्नामेंट का प्राइस फंड है 50 लाख रुपीस, और इस समय पे बांग्लादेश के खिलाड़ी जमाल हुसैन प्रथम श्रेणी पे हैं, नंबर 1 11 अंडर स्कोर पे हैं। इनके पीछे हैं अक्षय शर्मा और दिव्यांशु बजाज।
As you can see, the sun is bright and sharp, making life somewhat more difficult because, as we all know, it can get really sultry in Chennai because of the humidity, because of the rain. But in all fairness, sun is something which the players would be appreciating after the long rain delay which they experienced today. There you have Prakhar. Looks like a mere formality to clear up his round on the 17th with 1 hole to go. Prakhar seems to be having a slightly troubled day. He's 2 over par after 17 holes. The last hole, being a par 5, should definitely provide them with an opportunity to make amends. Interesting layout, a par 5 to finish the round will definitely come into play tomorrow.
And pretty short as well, only 481 yards. So, as I said, eagle is accessible even for the short hitter. That's what I like about this golf course. Is it doesn't really favor one kind of player or the other. It's equal opportunity for all.
Yeah, there you have Naman Dawa, fondly known as Doc to most of his friends. He taking advantage of preferred lie, lift, clean in place. Has got some seriously good shot game. I wouldn't be surprised if he pops that one in. They're actually waiting for their playing partner to hit this shot.
Yeah, Naman, although this is not the easiest of shot, I would say, because he does have a slight bit of an elevation change, and there's also a tear before the flag, maybe about 8 feet short of the flag. So he needs to bump it into that tear and sort of deaden the impact. And he does have his work cut out, but as you stated, he does have an exemplary short game. Let's see if it comes to the four at this time.
Yeah, my bet is this ball will be inside 3 feet. Seems to have chunked it a little bit.
Aditya, I think that you must stay away from gambling and betting because
Yeah, that wasn't a good call at all.
yeah, that wasn't a good call. But as I stated, it's not the easiest of shot because visually it's a little intimidating when you don't have much space to work with. So that's what happened with Naman there. So sort of caught it a little hot because he didn't want to leave it short with that steep embankment. And it's a game of perception when you're talking about short game. A lot of the time, the shot is perceived to be a lot more difficult just due to the lay of the land, and that's what happened with him there. No such issues for our leaders, though. Jamal and Divyanshu Bajaj, we've just gotten an update, has moved to, believe you me, 9 under par for the day, and that is with 2 drop shots. So the holes that we didn't see him, he actually went birdie, bogey, birdie. And he has had an astounding stretch from hole number 16 to hole number 4. He's actually gone eagle, par, birdie, 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 bogey, birdie. So
That's more birdies than I can count on one hand.
yeah, he's already had 8 birdies and an eagle. My apologies, 9 birdies and an eagle. So, and he has 3 holes.
His playbook. Beautiful performance by him starting the second half of the season.
It's going to be a slippery putt for Naman. Downhill left to right. The tendency is often to leave this one short, especially after going firm with the approach shot. You can see that sort of left it a little loose. That part is difficult to be aggressive on the ones coming back, especially after you overcooked your first approach or putt. And that's one of the psychology. That's the psychology side of golf is that when you don't want to make the same mistake twice, so you often err on the side of caution.
Yeah, that's true. But in all fairness, Naman had a very lengthy putt coming in. He's done all right for himself to putt it from that distance. I'm sure he won't be happy with the skills and talent which he has, but that's primarily because of the chip shot which flew way past to his liking. You can see Yashash giving that extra second towards his line, making sure that no leaf is unturned to send the ball home.
Yes, looking on rather pensively, he seems to be a little confounded by the line. Just trying to make sure, taking that extra second. Rather deliberate on this final putt is Yashas.
Seems to have overrid the break.
The caddy looked a little despondent at that miss.
As we bring to your notice again and again that this golf course has some really tricky greens, not very easy to read them. Let's see what bag of tricks is Sarthak going to use to send the ball home. He seems to be idolizing your way of approach, using those hand gestures to make him feel more comfortable.
Yes, each player has his own idiosyncrasies.
That is so true in this game. On the hindsight, all three of them would be relaxed and heading for a nice, comforting meal after a tedious day of work. 18 hole is no mean feat, especially in conditions which these guys are playing at very sultry weather right now.
Yeah, I think with the sun coming out, followed by rain, you'd find that the humidity would go up a notch, and the players would perspire. That so, as far as playing conditions are concerned, it's perfect in that respect because it makes the golf course a little easier. But physically, the conditions are a little more oppressive because you have that humidity, and it's that kind of uncomfortable feeling that you're always sticky. But it's if you look at
So
you consider all things, if you, all things considered, still the golfers won't mind it because it's a pretty amiable golf course.
So what would you prefer? A windy, dry day or a monsoon drenched condition or an picture perfect picnic outing kind of a day?
To be honest with you, I would always prefer a warm day and windy, sun is out. That's because I think it made playing a lot easier, even if it's really windy but warm and nice and hard golf course. Because if it's if it's humid, wet, then you really have to hit the ball long because the ball doesn't roll. That's one of the big issues, and you can't really attack a lot of the longer shots. So I think for myself as a medium hitter, it's always better that the golf course plays a little hard because it allows you to use more different kind of shots, especially around the greens. And I find that short game becomes more difficult when it's rained a little bit, even though it's sort of a contrarian view that you can do target practice, but you're not used to that golf course in that condition. Normally when we play, we expect a certain kind of bounce, and a lot of our Indian golf courses don't give you that kind of spin. Suddenly when you're playing in that kind of an overcast condition, you get more spin, so you're not used to that, so you kind of get out of your element a little bit.
That's true. And here's a look at the first. Here's a look at the first hole, here's a look at the 17th hole, which previously used to be the first hole, par 3, very difficult, treacherous hole. It's got elevation change from front to back, a very narrow target from a sizable distance.
और आप हमारे स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं सुक्रा बहादुर राय नेपाल से अपने देश का झंडा लहराते हुए। सुक्रा यहाँ पे 4 अंडर पे हैं 21वीं पोजीशन में, और यहाँ सेकंड लास्ट होल पे देख रहे हैं हम सुक्रा को। और ये देखिए बड़ा अच्छा शॉट खेला है इन्होंने, चिप शॉट सुक्रा बहादुर ने। अच्छे खिलाड़ी हैं नेपाल से सुक्रा बहादुर राय, पीजीटीआई पे खेल रहे हैं 2-3 साल से, और इनका परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है। फ्यूचर भी ब्राइट है इनका, बॉल स्ट्राइकिंग बहुत अच्छी करते हैं।
काफी बेहतरीन चिप सुप्रभात से from the front edge, not easy to gauge while you're especially going uphill.
Yes, I think he did well on that chip shot, and he has a more upper body oriented swing, does Sukra, more hand dominant. That's something that he sees. It's not a really classical golf swing where you're engaging all the muscles, but I think if you have a strong upper body, that works well. We've seen something similar in even Anura Rohana, sort of like upper body oriented. The classical golf swing is one where you're more in equilibrium, and something like Ajitesh Sandhu. Although that's very difficult to emulate because you need to have your body really well balanced, and you need to have each muscle doing its work. Otherwise, normally see players favoring one or the other. Otherwise, either they have a lot of lower body dominance. Somebody like Shankar Das extracts everything. He's just rotating, and even Jamal for that matter. They don't really remain in the same place after hitting the shot, not really holding the finish either. So every different strokes, different folks.
Yeah, it totally depends on what kind of body type also you have. Like Zamal is on the lighter side of weight category, so he tries to generate all the force he can gather up from the ground up by using his feet, which, as we all know, is a very good speed force to achieve distance.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. A lot depends on your body type and what kind of pressures you need to exert on your body. If you need to be functioning at 100% all the time, unfortunately, you have to engage everything. And, owing, that's a good part right there.
Jaraj has hit a very good putt from back of the green.
I've also noticed that when we're trying to always play golf in fifth gear, you tend to get injured a lot more when you're trying to extract 100% each time. The ideal way is to operate about 90%. You should always have some distance left in the tank and maybe only go after it when required. So, but I mean, not everybody has that luxury. Not everybody is a long hitter. That's
Yeah.
I think it's important in younger days to work a lot on your fitness and strength.
Yeah, try telling that or try selling that philosophy to Thangaraja. He sees it, he bashes it, and he moves on with a big stride and a very beaming smile on his face, immaterial of the result. I guess what kind of a person also you are also showcases on the way you play the sport.
Yeah, rightly so. I think golf is sort of a microcosm of life, and it kind of mirrors how you are. We've seen that genteel personalities normally play the game a certain way. A more bashful sort of person would be more aggressive and sort of going hell for leather. I think it's a perfect case study actually. If you do, I think for all the golf psychologists and sports psychologists, if they try to map the personality type, and then you see the way they play the game, it's very similar. It's actually strange, and I think a lot has to do with your physicality, and that determines your behavior as well. Um, I think the only exception I can think of is our dear friend Ashpreet Thind, who is built in an intimidating fashion, but likes to play a very nice and easy, relaxed game.
That's true. Sanjeev seems to be not enjoying these conditions. He's again come up short from a very short distance. Not easy to gauge the wind factor in it. Here's a look at Arjun.
These shots are quite enjoyable,
Yeah,
especially in this kind of condition.
with the greens being soft, preferred light being available, and extremely talented players pulling the shots, yes, they would appear to be easier.
I think also these are like, I think to have a good career, as they say, people keep saying that if you want to be successful at anything, it must not feel like a job. Every day you get up in the morning, it must seem like something you're looking forward to. So you must enjoy the game of golf. Unfortunately, that's something not many professionals can do. I know that from my personal experience. It sort of becomes a chore, and you put in the work, and it's just you tick your boxes, but it has to be something else. There has to be an innate love for the game. That's the only way that you can have a great career. You should ask that question to yourself: do I actually love this game? If you can play a round of golf alone every day and just improve, you can be a great golfer. But if you need that company, you need it for it to be social, then that's a lot more difficult.
That is true words of wisdom. Anybody who can pick up his set and walk around 9 holes on his own is an experience in itself. You can gauge and learn so many things, especially when you're trying to work on your swing or you're trying to work on a ball flight. That calmness of playing alone, walks alone on the fairway, walking towards your targets after hitting a good shot, seem to give you immense amount of feedbacks of the hard work which you've put in.
Yes, I think that's paramount that you enjoy what you do. And talking about enjoyment, Jamal and Divyanshu are really enjoying the day. Divyanshu more so. He's at 9 under par and a tie for the lead. He's really catapulted himself.
Yes, Devyansh has really impressed everybody with his way forward towards the scores which he mounted up with just a few holes to go.
Yeah, just 3 holes to go, and he's already 11 under par. I think safe to say that he might end the day at 10 and overall at 12.
That's Sanjeev making amends after not a very good approach shot from the fairway. Sanjeev seems to be having a slow day, but rest assured he's going to fire up on all cylinders in the coming up holes because he's that kind of a person who does not live to see himself not play very well. He will definitely try and mount up a charge on the coming up holes. And here is the old grizzly, Mr. Mukesh Kumar, or what he calls himself, the king of golf. And rightly so. I would not disagree with that statement.
Yeah, surely the king of Indian golf. There's no doubt about that. And I think, there's a lot of, I think it's almost strange for me to say that, but unfulfilled potential in a way, because I think he could have dominated global golf if there were the kind of support that is there for sportsmen these days, and he could have ventured out. I think his brand of golf would really have been devastating on something like the PGA Tour. What we only see, look at that fantastic putt by Mukesh. What we only see is his performance in India and his dominance, but India has been one of the more difficult domestic tours. We produce some fantastic players, and to be dominating in the way that he has, and whenever there have been Asian Tour events or European Tour co-sanction events, and he's even won an Asian Tour event here, and I think many
I think
more.
Panasonic was it.
So yeah, and even once before it, he's been really good. If he had played a lot more abroad, I think he could have done really well. Obviously, there was a different time, and because what he had that other players didn't was consistent ball striking. There are not many players. I mean, you'll find a lot of good players, but rarely will you come across a breed of golfers who have such high repeatability. So, coming back to our discussion, here's Shivinder just running that little by. That should be fine, about 3 feet. So
Yeah, that's a mean attempt to try to send the ball home. Nearly made it. If you look carefully, the ball's behind the hole. That means just a little less space on it would have done the job.
yeah, that's what they normally proselytize, that you should always be going ahead of the hole, and he's done that. Now, coming back to our discussion about Mukesh, I feel that sort of consistency in ball striking is very rare, even on the global stage. If you look at, there would be not many players you'll see who always are hitting that ball from one side, be it right to left or left to right, and the consistency with which he's delivered. So I think that's one of those opportunities that was sort of gone begging, but his experience has helped the next crop of players on in India.
That's true. You could actually wake up Mukesh at 2 in the night and tell him, and he'll still make the ball talk. Left to right is his way brand of playing the golf, and he's done it for years to tremendous amount of success.
Yes, no doubt about that. And Indian golf does owe him a lot. He's been a sort of flag bearer and very consistent. And it's nice to see that he still has that fire in the belly, even at the age that he is. He's still fit, and that is the kind of image of Indian golf that you want to build.
Narrowly missing out on his putt is Saptak. Very good attempt.
Amardeep Malik now. As we switch over to have a look at Harinder Gupta. Currently at 8 under par is Harinder.
I think I'm more excited to see the finishing stretch of Devyanshu Bajaj than he would be. What a stellar round he's got going for himself.
Yes, absolutely, and that's more in store. And the good thing is that the ending stretch is also quite benevolent on this golf course. You're looking at 18th, which is just 480 yards, par five. You're looking at 16th, which is my apologies, he's finishing on the front nine, so you'll have a 317 yard seventh hole, which is a par four. Then a 395 yards par four, then a 338 yard par four. So all medium short par fours. So maybe a couple of birdies is definitely not outside the question.
As we have a look at Azhar on the 14th hole from the middle of the fairway, couldn't have placed his ball any better than that. And a fairly decent attempt towards the flagstick. Finds himself maybe about 20 odd feet underneath the pin. Not a bad place to be. और जैसा कि आप देख रहे हैं 14 नंबर होल पे 3 अलग अलग खिलाड़ी अलग अलग जगहों से बॉल को मारते हुए। इसका कारण सिर्फ एक है कि इस गेम को खेलने के बहुत अलग अलग तरीके होते हैं। हर खिलाड़ी अपनी तरीके से खेलता है। जो बॉल ज्यादा लंबी मारते हैं उनको थोड़ा एडवांटेज जरूर होता है क्योंकि उनका अगला शॉट उतना ही छोटा हो जाता है। पर सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण चीज इसमें यह है कि आप बॉल दूर नहीं, बॉल नजदीक मारें, जैसे कि बहुत ही उम्दा बेहतरीन शॉट के प्रभाकरन श्रीलंका के प्लेयर ने हमें दिखाया। नजदीक मारना उतना ही जरूरी है जितना कि लंबा और दूर मारना है। And here's a look at the top 5 of the day. Round 3, Zamal and Devyanshu find themselves at the top of the leaderboard at 11 under par. Akshay in a close one-shot difference, third alone, and Sunith has seemed to have dropped a shot and is now fourth alone at 9 under par. An impressive move from Abhijit as well to find himself sitting at 8 under par, tied fifth. There you have, ladies and gentlemen. Moving Day is seriously producing some very good golf. In case you find yourself in Chennai, please try and find your way to TNGF Golf Club to see and witness.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
speed and the break on this putt. Serious amount of contouring on these greens, making life a little bit more difficult. Prabhakaran chilling out in the back after hitting a beautiful approach shot onto the flagstick. अरिंदर गुप्ता जो कि चंडीगढ़ से हैं, बहुत ही बेहतरीन प्लेयर हैं, काफी टूर्नामेंट जीत चुके हैं, काफी अनुभवी खिलाड़ी एंड काफी अच्छा पट भी मारा है इन्होंने. थोड़ी सी गति और होती तो बॉल अपने घर में पाई जाती. A mere tap in formality for Harinder to finish up the hole. There you can see a very faint coin just before the flag, shows how close Prabha has hit his approach shot. Not easy to find the flag, which is situated in a very small bowl on this 14th hole. There you have Azhar making an attempt to send the ball home on the 14th hole. Looks good for pace, just a fraction off by the line. Not easy to gauge the line out from that far out, but a very good attempt. There's Prabhakaran just cleaning up his putt. Beautiful approach shot resulting into a very simple tap-in birdie.
Striding on there, Prabhakaran.
Way Divyanshu is going, I don't think he's bothered about that.
It's going to be a difficult shot, not much green to work with, and needs to get that ball up quickly and also ensure that it drops soft. It will be interesting to see the execution of this.
Oh, that's very good touch. That's very, very good touch. Made it look very simple.
That's Shaurya Binu and
Oh, it's a
the group
namesake.
of that's the group of Divanshu Bajaj, Shaurya Binu, and Chandrajit Yadav.
It'll be interesting to see Chandrajit Yadav play with Harshdeep Sethi. We're playing a different planet.
Yeah, I think, but will be interesting to see that if he can make this putt,
Yeah,
Won't want
I'm
to be
rooting for
dropping any
this ball
shots.
to go home.
Yeah, it'll be a pity to see him drop a shot now. We want him to end the day double digits under par.
Priyanshu having a very watchful look on this lengthy par putt from it, what it looks like.
Yeah, also coming uphill and this would break a little from his right.
From what I saw of his chip and Shaurya Binu's chip, it looked like it's going to be very subtle break from left to right.
It's going to be one of those putts that he will have to hit in order for this to go in the hole. I know that the tendency might be to leave it short and right. That's what we've seen when players have gone firm with their first approach. So it'll be interesting to see what Divyansh does. Oh,
Narrowly misses out.
well, he did give that a good whack, so that's a good point. He would drop a shot, unfortunately, but would have the final hole to make amends for that. Chandrajit now.
Yeah, Chandraji just cleaning up for his par attempt, what it would look like.
Yes, should be a mere formality, and it was. And for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023 being played at the TNGF Golf Course in Chennai. The prize fund for this tournament is rupees 50 lakh. And currently leading the proceedings is Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh. He's 4 under par for the day, and he's visible on our screens in those bright pink trousers. So definitely has the fashion game on point as well. Walking rather briskly. That's a sign when a shot has gone a little errant. That's a nervous walk of trying to find the ball in time because the rules have changed, Eddie. We used to have 5 minutes, but now it's only three. So it's like blink, you're here, and blink, your ball is lost. So if you hit the ball in an errant spot, make sure that you are able to look at it like a hawk. Otherwise, you could be reloading and incurring that 2 shot penalty. So that's one of those penal rules.
Yeah, not a big fan of those 2 minutes being gobbled up by USGA of finding the ball.
I don't think that helps speed up play. It only makes a lot more nervous players, to be honest. I think 5 minutes is the bare minimum. I know that players still end up maybe using another half or 1 minute because it's not like it's a stopwatch time thing. It's an approximation. But still, I think 3 minutes is too less. It should. The previous rule was fine as it was, but obviously they need to speed things up, and that's a semi horseshoe. What do they call that?
That's
180 or that's a 90? I think that's a 90 degree.
That's just a cruel break. Even the player seems to be baffled with that. Unfortunate, but a very good part gone not to the desired destination.
अभी कहते हैं गोल्फ परफेक्शन का गेम है. आप पट मारेंगे जब तक वो बिल्कुल सही लाइन पे नहीं होगा तो वो नहीं जाएगा होल में. और ऐसे आप देख सकते हैं कि आदिल का ये पट है, ये देखने में तो बहुत आसान होगा. सिर्फ मे बी 4 फुट के करीब होगा, लेकिन आप देखेंगे कि बॉल घूमेगी. मेरे हिसाब से बॉल हल्की सी बाएं से मुड़ेगी, और अगर आपने स्पीड नहीं सही मारा और ये सेंटर कांटेक्ट नहीं है तो आप देखेंगे ये बॉल होल में नहीं जाएगी. देखेंगे तभी जो खिलाड़ी हैं बहुत ध्यान दे रहे हैं, उनको पता है कि ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि इसको सही तरीके से मारा जाए, और उन्होंने पट को बिल्कुल सेंटर से मार के होल में गिरा दिए हैं.
There's a look at the leader group for the day. Seems to be in a spot of bother 2 out of 3.
Yeah, the caddy.
Zamal extreme right, Sanit extreme left. Actually, extreme left on that hole is still okay.
You saw the caddy signaling with his left hand that the ball will roll. That's what he was trying to tell the player. That oh, look at that. That's what heartbreak looks like. Caddy's telling him that.
If that's what heartbreak looks like, we all get too many a day.
Yes, and now you'll see how this. Let's see if the caddy's prediction was right. That this should roll on after pitching somewhere between the flag and the front of the green. No, it should release from here. Yes, I think pretty decent judgment by the caddy. That did have some roll on it. Now maybe all of 8 feet uphill, left to right.
Yeah, it's a little further back from where he would have liked, and here is Sanit trying to keep it low and let it trickle up. Seems to be a very good effort. Just needs to settle. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's one of those difficult shots coming back where the ball is nestled down. And mind you, you can't get a preferred lie from there. From there, you just have to take your medicine and try and extract a par somehow. You know what I often feel that when we are here in this booth and commentating, I have a deep yearning to play golf.
That's likewise, but I would like to steal the scorecard what Divyanshu is carrying forward.
Yes, I know, but you know, when we see something that's live in front of us, we often assume that we can replicate something similar, and the golfers are really having a whale of a time on this golf course. Perfect scoring conditions. The greens are really nice. The golf course is still manageable. So, all in all, great experience for these players.
Yeah. And in the far right corner of your screens, you can see the tournament director, Mr. Sachari, making sure that the game is played to the best of abilities.
Look at that. That's what they call a little bit of a jumper.
Yeah, seems to be he's gotten way too heavy, and
I think in his defense, that might have been a plugged lie. We've seen quite a few of those owing to the rain earlier in the day.
yeah, if a ball is plugged, it makes life even more difficult. Not that bunkers are easy to come out of.
And this is the second time we've seen Akshay with a sort of an underwhelming shot coming out of the sand. So maybe that's somewhere that he would spend a little bit more time after this round honing his bunker play.
That's true. These players not only do spend time warming up before the game, but also detailing and having a look at what went wrong after the round.
I really like what Sunit is trying to do. He's trying to get a lot of hinge on that. He's trying to get under the ball. Let's see if he's able to do that successfully. Coming a little short, but I think given severity of that shot, it's all right. As we have a look at our leader Jamal, he's also heating up to the proceedings, made a couple of birdies, and now he's at 4 under for the day, having a pretty solid round altogether. You know, they don't call the third day the moving day for nothing. It's been proved today with the likes of Divyanshu Bajaj at 9 under par, Jamal Hussain 4 under par. A lot of players have been able to make their inroads into the top 10 owing to their penultimate day scores.
That's a crucial part coming up for Zamal because he is one shot clear of the lead. And from the looks of it, that was a par putt. And he's left himself a sizable.
Yeah, that's not going to be the easiest putt.
We've seen a lot of balls not breaking towards the hole from there, although it might appear that it would.
कहते हैं कि थोड़ा सा काम उन्होंने अभी अपने लिए अभी फिर भी छोड़ा हुआ है. थोड़ा स्थिरता से चलना पड़ेगा. 4-4.5 फुट का पट है और पार बनाना जरूरी है. जहाँ हम देखते हैं अक्षय को. Let's see what he does from here. That's a different style of playing that shot. We saw Sanit where he used the loft of the club, and you saw Akshay wanted to get that ball really quickly onto the ground, onto the surface, and that's what they say in your classical textbooks of golf. They say that the earliest that you can get the ball rolling on the green, you have a better chance of getting it close. So again, different strategies of playing shot, but
Definitely different strategies playing of short, and just as simple as a chip from about 15-20 feet. Two different approaches, two different ways of going about it between Sanit and Akshay.
I personally found that when you try to give the ball more airtime, it's difficult. It's a higher degrees, higher skill level requirement when you're trying to hit that soft shot. Whereas if you keep the ball on the back foot, just try to get the ball rolling. It's a little easier in terms of execution, but it's not that flamboyant.
That's true. At the end of the day, it's the number on the scorecard, not how it happened.
Yes, that's why they call it a scorecard, not a postcard, ladies and gentlemen. Ain't got to look pretty. It's got to have good numbers on it. Oh, that's one scorecard that's looking a little dismal now with that putt.
Yeah, Zamal making the 14th hole even more difficult after that. So there could be a change in leaders. There's a realistic chance that Divyanshu might stand alone.
यही चीज हमने पहले भी दोहराई है आदित्य की अपने श्रोताओं को कि गोल्फ में जो है सारी चीज घूम घुमा के ये 4 फुट के अंदर आ जाती है कि इसमें कौन होल में बॉल गिरा पाएगा। आप पीछे देखें, जमाल ने वो पट मिस कर दिए हैं और ये पट जो सुनीत का काफी इंपॉर्टेंट पट है, ये दाएं से मुड़ेगा। लाइन और लेंथ बहुत जरूरी है, जैसे क्रिकेट में कहते हैं 22 गज की पिच में लाइन और लेंथ, तो यहाँ भी कहानी काफी सिमिलर है मेरे दोस्त।
बिल्कुल सही. At the end of the day, it's the number on the scorecard. Sanit has a reasonable power putt coming up. But
I think, as they say, you can learn from others' mistakes or you make yours on your own. And so he saw that the ball drifted a little to the right, and he was able to get a learn from that putt by Jamal.
yeah, but that what it looks like a double bogey for Zamal is going to open the doors for everybody sitting way back from 7 under par all the way to the leader at 11. Makes things very, very interesting for round 4.
As we predicted, this tournament is going to be one that's going to go down to the wire. It gets a lot more players in the fray, especially the kind of deep scoring that we've seen today. That's opened up the field a lot more and brought a lot more players in with a shot for the title. Now, currently, we're seeing a total of 22 players within 7 shots of the leader, and we've seen that Divyanshu actually came from 8 shots behind, was it?
Yeah, 8 shots behind.
8 shots behind to be almost leading the tournament right now. So I would not count out anybody within maybe 7 or 8 shots. So this tournament is still wide open, but obviously the likes of Jamal and Divyanshu are staking their claim. Jamal with a little bit of a hiccup. Let's see how that affects his fortunes. And for those of you who are joining us, I'd like to tell you we're live at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023 being played at the TNGF golf course at Chennai with a prize fund of 50 lakh. And for those of you who would like to learn a little bit more, please do follow us on social media, on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and a whole of other avenues.
Social media platforms.
And I would also like to tell you that you can go over to www.pgtofindia.com, and there you can get a treasure trove of information about the tournament schedule. You'll know when the tour swings by in your state or city. And the great thing is that these tournaments are free to watch. So thankfully, what it seems like the pandemic seems to be in the rear view mirror. I always keep my fingers crossed, and that allows us to see golf, see the best players out in action. You can just go over to the golf course and just watch these golfers. There are also a few clinics that happen before tournaments, so there you can learn a little more. And golf is becoming a lot more accessible. A lot of the ranges are free to walk in, as in you pay a fee, but you don't need to be a member. And you should also see there's some public golf courses in each city which are pretty affordable, and they also have discounts for students and so on and so forth. So if you do have family members or wards, I would suggest sport is a good way to get them in, right? If you look at every every successful nation, you have sports which is at a forefront, and that's why on the
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
The game. It only does not only does it promote the sport, it also helps people who are maybe somewhat on the edge of thinking about taking this sport as not only recreational but as a factor of livelihood.
Yes, I think this inaugural India Cements Pro Championship is indeed historic. India Cements being such a big brand in our country, and then getting involved with this game of golf, it goes a long way to nurturing grassroots sports. And as you said, people taking up the profession, but I would say even just getting involved in sport on the whole, we need our in the larger scheme of things, what this tour is doing, it's actually helping our golfers take their trade abroad, and also allowing international golfers to compete here. As we have a look at hole number 18, Abhijit Singh Chadda.
Yeah, Abhijit and Sachin accompanied by Adil on their last hole of the day, 18th.
You can see Sachin's takeaway. It's sort of an out to in, so you know that he's trying to hit that soft shot here. Let's see if he's able to succeed. Have a look at Adil now.
Seems to have had the distance, but the contouring has pulled a fast one on him. A for effort, maybe the direction was a bit off.
Yeah, I think overall they were just about, as they say, get passing marks. He's has left himself about 5 feet. Let's see if Sachin can do better here. Maybe a little easier shot coming uphill. Leaving it well short. I think this is the factor of difficulty around the greens as we discussed.
Yeah.
Especially when you can't really pick your ball up for a preferred light, it does make it difficult for these players.
Well, this being a par 5, I won't be surprised if Abhijit is on 2. Will make a world of a difference if he sinks this one.
Yes, he's currently 4 under for the day, 8 under for the tournament. Also having a look at some of the other scores and how the rest of the field is faring today. We see that M. Dharma, Naman Dawar, Anil, Bajrang Mane are all 1 under par for the day. You have Aman Raj and Sarthak Chibber, 2 under par for the day. As we wait with bated breath here at hole number 18. And Abhijit Chadda's spot just about missing the hole. We're not quite certain if that's a birdie or a par. We assume that it's a birdie.
18th being a par 5, there's a realistic chance it could have been an eagle putt also.
Yes.
We'll just have to wait and watch.
Yes. And we have Shaurya Binu, who's finished up with a nifty 5 under par. We have Kshitij Navid Kaul registering a 4 under par today. Then we have Jairaj Singh Sandhu and Amardeep Malik, both of them with a 3 under par. And we've gotten an update on Divyanshu Bajaj's round. So he would finish the day at 8 under par. So the last 3 holes were a little underwhelming, finishing up with a par, bogey par. But nevertheless, a fantastic round by this player.
Yeah, Divyanshu has certainly made use of moving day and catapulted himself well and truly into the contention. You have Sachin looking up at his But I'm presuming this is a birdie putt.
Oh, rather unfortunate to have missed it.
We've seen quite a few putts narrowly missing out today. I guess the greens are being a little trickier than usual.
Yes, he's wearing those fancy shoes, a La Jimenez. Adil would have learned a thing or two from his putt, and I expect this to be in the hole.
Yeah, pretty much on the same line, shorter distance. A player of Adil's caliber would have definitely had a close look at how the ball broke.
Yeah, that's very important. What the caddy is actually pointed out is the intended line and given him a point that if he hits it over that, then with the ideal speed, it should go in the hole. Now, let's see if his prediction is right. That's a
It,
strange putt to say the least. It's really turned right.
it looks like he got out of that putt.
And that's why I find that left to right putts are the most difficult for a right hand player. So if it's not center contact, you can see it veering off.
There you have this group finishing up their round and acknowledging the good sportsmanship spirit by saying thank you.
यस जैसे हमने पहले बात करी थी कि छोटे पट बड़े मुश्किल हो जाते हैं कई बार। आपने ये देखा कि इतने अच्छे खिलाड़ी भी आदिल जिन्होंने मैच जीता हुआ है पीजीटीआई पे, उनसे भी मिस हो जाते हैं। बल्कि टाइगर वुड्स भी ऐसे पट मिस कर जाते हैं। तो ऐसा नहीं है, जो हमारे हमारे जो व्यूअर हैं वो समझें कि ये आसान है। आप जाइए एक बार गोल्फ खेल के देखिए। ये पटिंग जो खेल है, जिसने ये संभाल लिया, वो एक अच्छा प्रोफेशनल बन सकता है।
There's Karun Pratap on your screens trying to make amends of a slightly errant tee shot on the par 3, 17th. Very, very difficult par 3. Seems to have hit decent chip, ran out a little bit because it's a away sloping hole from where he was. Interesting change of layout what TNGF has gone about from last year to this. The par 3 17th used to be the opening hole. That's a beautiful pro tracer by Abhijit. And here you have Harshjeet. That's very
You saw Harshjeet, that ball took off at the lowest trajectory. Really putting a lot of compression on that. As we have a look at Badal here.
narrow miss for Badal on the tricky 17th par 3.
You know, I feel that tomorrow it's eventually going to come down to who can putt the best.
Of course, immensely talented players are going to battle it out tomorrow for round 4, 18 holes. A fair amount of golf still left with 3 holes for the leaders to go about to setting the benchmark.
Yes, but as you know, as we were discussing earlier, this is a golf course that is a great equalizer, and tomorrow is going to give a lot of players the opportunity to sort of put their hands on that coveted trophy. And I feel that the putter is going to be the most important club.
Yeah, if you look at what the scorecards are projecting, the top 10 have pretty much an equal amount of power hitters and accuracy hitters going in.
I just saw that, but for Muniappa, also missing on the lower side. Muniappa, unfortunate day for him. He's 4 under par. My apologies, 4 over par for the day. And not the kind of day that he would have envisioned. But that's what golf is. It's pretty much like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. So unfortunately, it's not been his day. And there we see that putting has rather been an Achilles heel for a lot of the players. Even Karan here is struggling from that distance of about 10 feet. But also has a certain something to do with the rain and how that makes line reading a little more difficult. As we look at the group of Akshay and Adil here on the tee at hole number 16. 16 is a par 5, measuring in at 482 yards. So definitely a hole that the players would be licking their chops. It's a birdie hole all the way, especially for the power players of today's generation. Now, what you see them waiting on the tee, they're actually waiting for the next group to clear, and that's our point. That sometimes if the speed of play is not ideal, or if the group ahead of them encounters some sort of difficulty, or somebody's finding their ball, that can actually cause a little bit of delay. So they're waiting on the tee, and that can cause a log jam, a traffic jam of sorts, because everybody's playing on a sequential hole. So it's important that when players do encounter that kind of difficulty, they're able to clear that hole as quick as reasonably possible. As we have a look at the par 5 18th. We have Om Prakash Chauhan. Goes by the moniker of OP. We would miss that, and you can see that the frustration is telling. It's not been his day on the greens, and when it's not your days, unfortunately, the putts just don't drain. OP is level par for the day and 4 under for the tournament. So not out of it by any stretch of imagination. Now you can see Harshjeet's rather peculiar stance when reading the putt. Likes to get down as close to the ground as possible. It reminds me a little bit, of course, a different variant altogether. But Camilo Villegas, a professional on the US tour, used to do the Spider-Man, as it was called. But I would say that's only an athletic man's pose, a very difficult one that used to get down to the ground and crouch like a spider.
Seems to have powered it through the break.
Not
Yeah,
quite.
Camilo is extremely flexible to reach those kind of heights.
Yeah, that was rather dramatic. It was, I think, it was the only time that we've seen something like that become famous in golf. And I don't know if how many football fans are there, and a fan of Cristiano Ronaldo, and how he celebrates with his famous "Sue" at this call where we jump and try and gesticulate. So that's in golf. I can only think of Tiger's fist pump and Camilo's pose. Those are the only two things that come to mind. Golf is very different in that manner. It doesn't let you celebrate that much.
Yeah, but I rather prefer what Miguel Angel Jimenez used to do after making hole-in-ones.
Yes, sure.
The
And
famous sword swing of his.
Yes, it's like a man going into battle, celebrating over the vanquished. But coming back to my point, that golf won't allow you too many breaks to celebrate. It's such a sustained game. You lose your focus and you celebrate too much, you still have another hole to play. So it's a high scoring game. What I mean by that is a lot of numbers involved. In a game like football, it's a low scoring game. So each goal really means a lot. So that's the difference. You have to still keep your focus up and keep going on.
And that's true. That's Harjeet finishing his round. But yeah, celebrations in team sports versus individual sports are extremely different.
A towering figure.
Yeah.
Arshdeep, I think well over 6.5 feet tall and uses those long levers to hit that ball a mile.
Yeah, as we just can see from what we saw on the Pro Tracer, he just nails that ball a country mile.
Professional golfers come in all shapes and sizes. As we have a look at Jamal, and currently we have a three-way tie on top of the leaderboard. Akshay, Jamal, and Divyanshu.
Yeah, a three-way tie for top position, and Sunit finds himself at sole fourth, followed closely by Abhijit Chadda at 8 under par, tied fifth. This is looking to be a very promising round coming up for round four. A lot of really talented players just having 2 or 3 shots adrift from being the leaders.
देखा जा रहा है कि 3 खिलाड़ी हैं अव्वल नंबर पे और ऊपर अक्षय शर्मा अक्षय कुमार की तरह एक्शन हीरो की तरह खेल रहे हैं इस टाइम। 10 अंडर पे हैं जमाल बांग्लादेश से, वो भी 10 अंडर पे हैं। दिव्यांशु जिन्होंने आज बहुत ही बेहतरीन फॉर्म दिखाया था, 8 अंडर खेले हैं, वो भी 10 अंडर पे हैं। तो ये प्रतियोगिता बड़ी मजेदार होने वाली है जैसे देखा जाए।
जी हाँ, वो क्या कहावत है, कयामत की रात से पहले की रात। आज इन तीनों को बड़ा भी मजेदार समय होने वाला है आज की शाम।
मेरे को लग रहा है आदित्य आपने बहुत पढ़ाई करी है, आप इस बार नई नई कहावतों के साथ भी आ रहे हैं, तो आपको पता था कि इस बार Instagram and very easy to guess their names. You just add golf in front of their names, and that's normally their handle. And I tell you, we have quite a few golfers who are very good on social media, and there's a lot to learn from them, especially for younger aspiring sportsmen.
Yeah.
I was talking about learning from successful people. Here is Mukesh Kumar. He's he's the old lion of Indian golf, and he's still going strong. When I see senior golfers and players with experience still able to compete and beat the youngsters, it's really transcends sports as such. Where you remember what Tom Watson did at the age of 59.
Yeah,
It's pretty similar.
that would have been one of the biggest comeback stories of all time. What if that one putt had found the hole?
Yeah,
for Tom.
it was quite a heartbreaking moment that 7-iron just went through, and then that chip and putt didn't happen. For the longest time, it just looked like Tom Watson was going to win that championship.
Yeah, I remember an interview from the leader, Stuart Sink, also saying that he himself was rooting for Tom Watson to outfit him.
Yes, I think unfortunately, that's he became a villain even though he was a champion.
Yeah.
Because we were all rooting for Tom Watson, but that's how fate is. It always has a surprise in store. Pretty much, case in point is Jean Van de Velde. What happened to him at Carnoustie and how he drowned in that water. But I think if you think about it, that's immortalized him in the game of golf. If he had just won that major, people wouldn't remember him as much as they do now.
Of course, not in the exact frame of way he would have appreciated it, but that's the history of this game.
Yeah, so I think
funnier things have found the day of light.
So I think if it's a lesson there is that if you go down in flames.
Yeah.
They have they capitulate totally.
And that's a spectacular shot from Arjun. He was at a very tricky spot, a very difficult chip coming up, and he's played it to near perfection.
Yes, and That's how you actually execute a good short game shot. And you see that the ball is covered in mud, and that makes the shot a lot tougher. I mean, judgment is comes into play a lot more. And I think playing with Mukesh Kumar, he's definitely learned a thing or two about the short game.
Yeah. Be interesting to see Mukesh electing to putt it out, even though he's not on the flat surface.
You know, Mukesh has a fashion sense of his own, always likes these bright colors. You know, he's visible from 3 fairways away.
I don't think either of us can pull out those.
Yeah, I think either of us, we're just sitting here in the commentary booths. I think it'll take a lot more to pull that off. And Muku Baba is in a league of his own.
Yeah, red trousers can really be trolled, but he seems to be pulling them off.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, as they say, confidence is the game, my friend. And that ball from the third player.
Narrowly misses out.
That was a ball of Sanjeev Kumar that we just witnessed on our screen. A long wait. We have a look at Mukesh, and I have the uncanny feeling that he might just hold this one. Very unorthodox in the way that he putts. Wrist hinge and lower hand down, cack-handed. Not the best effort.
Yeah, seems to have gotten away from him. I think that lie just made the ball jump a little off target. Not easy to putt out of the fringe. Ball seems to hobble more, and more often than not tends to leave its intended line.
And just to share a couple of things with our viewers, we have Om Prakash Chauhan, who's on top of the order of merit this season with 52 lakh and 52,000, a very symmetric number. He's played 8 tournaments and 1 victory. Then you have Aman Raj, who's at number 2. He's at 36 lakh and he's also had 1 victory. Karan Pratap Singh, Sachin Basoya, Jamal Hussain, who we see leading the tournament, is at number 5. And then Gaurav Pratap Singh, who had that victory, he's at number 6 in the order of merit. As you have a look at Arjun, this putt will veer to the right and will need to be hit with perfection. And he does that. Good putt by him.
Very, very impressive up and down from Arjun from where he had found his tee shot from. Not a very simple, straightforward up and down, but he made it look very, very easy. Showcases the talent the young man possesses.
Again, another left to right putt. I said this is for right-handed golfers. These putts are always difficult because they need the ideal marriage of speed as well as direction. On the contrary, right to left putt, somehow you can get the direction a little long, but it still tends to go in the hole. This one is a lot more difficult, not much room for error here. That's why you're seeing that even a golfer of Mukesh's stature is giving it so much respect.
Yeah, each stroke, each contact with the club is equal. So even in the tiniest putts like this one require attention to detail.
You'll see how it'll break off to the right.
Yeah, sharp.
Well done by Mukesh there. Here we have a look at hole number 18, Karan Pratap Singh. And for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you that we're live at the India Cements Pro Championship 2023 being played at Chennai at the TNGF Golf Course. This prize fund for this tournament is rupees 50 lakh. And leading the tournament are 3 players, Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, Akshay Sharma, and Divyanshu Bajaj. We have a total of 33 golfers under par at this point in time, and good scoring today overall. And as we speak, the tournament seems wide open, and we've also had brilliant round by Divyanshu, an 8 under par. As you have a look at Karan Pratap Singh here at hole number 18. Just about leaving it there, but I think that should be fine. He should be able to clean it up.
Yeah, from that far out, Karan has done a very decent job to leave himself pretty much a tap in on the last hole. The 18th happens to be a par 5, but by no means is it a very straightforward par 5. The length of the hole is not massive, but tee shots are very, very crucial on this hole because even if you're a long hitter, you're actually hitting your second shot from a decent downhill as the fairway slopes and loses height.
Yes, but we're seeing bunching up, but we've not really seen extremely deep rounds. So I mean, after 3 days, we have a leader at 10 under par. So what is that? What can you attribute that to? Like it's still if the golf course is playing short and the conditions are also benign and pretty conducive to low scoring, we've only seen a few players go that deep.
Yeah, having played this event last year at Chennai, wind is a very big factor, and we've been seeing regular intervals that the trees are, running left to right, right to left in all directions. Wind is a very big factor, and coupled with rain, just makes life more difficult than not on a regular day.
Yes, I think the conditions are what you are attributing to that has made this tournament a little challenging, and we've seen that putts have not been easy to come by. We've seen a lot of misses from inside 5 to 7 feet, and not many makes from outside that 15-foot range.
Yeah.
So I think that's another impediment, and obviously around the greens, it's been rather difficult for the players. Let's see if Badal can end in style.
Narrowly one roll more, and that would have found its home. What this just means is this much amount of grouping at the top definitely ensures that round 4 is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I think it'll be.
It opens up a very big window.
Yeah, it'll be imperative for whoever intends to win to get off to a hot start tomorrow, because we're seeing with the wind there, things can get a little tricky towards the back nine. Oh, just about. That's what we call a little bit of a humdinger, but nevertheless managed to go in the hole, and that's how you see that Chinnaswamy Muniyappa has broken into a little bit of a smile.
Yeah, difficult to break that that stern look of poker face on Muniappa's face. Very meticulous about his business.
Nice to see him smiling after that putt. The simple pleasures of life. There we have the Indian Open champion walking off. That's something that stays with you. Nobody can take that away from you, and a really good trophy to have on your resume. And talking about the Indian Open champion, here is the All India Amateur.
Cracks,
I remember
seepages,
that tournament.
corrosion. Hit them all for a 6. In fact, 7. Concrete Super King. The answer to all your building problems.
Lanka.
Another player has found himself in Arjun Prasad's territory. 17th is a very tricky par 3. There's a very narrow target you're approaching towards. Yeah,
Oh, that's probably. I mean, you couldn't have picked a worse spot.
I think he's trying to recoil it off the.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
It's going to be interesting.
Let's see how this ricochet works out. Let's see what happens. Oh, watch out!
I think he nearly knocked off his playing partner.
जैसे कि आपने देखा गोल्फ में अलग अलग शॉट भी आपको देखने को मिलेंगे, तो आप अगर आप हमारे साथ एबीपी न्यूज़ पे जुड़े रहेंगे, आपको अलग अलग तरीके के गोल्फ शॉट दिखेंगे. अब यहाँ प्रभाकरन कन्वेंशनल शॉट दिखाते हुए, चिप शॉट जिसे कहा जाता है.
Prabhakaran has taken the more aerial route, and
I think fatigue is catching up, and focus is wavering.
but in all fairness, that was a very difficult shot what he was trying to pull off. Even the smallest fraction blade of grass extra between the ball and the club can make you not get the desired result. Harinder in a relatively easy position from there.
Look at that. That's what we call a replay. That's an action replay. He had to get out of the way of the ball.
Call it an action replay and a threat of losing a limb for Prabhakaran, who was on the bearing front of
And
it.
also, mind you, if you end up hitting yourself, you incur a penalty of a shot or two. One shot, Aditya, or the two shots?
Second, I'm also not really sure.
I think.
Where is the wood? I want to get a touch wood done on that. Never happening towards me.
Yeah, I think it's a short penalty if I'm not wrong. That's what it was previously.
It's a short penalty if you hit yourself, and it's serious embarrassment when it's been televised nationally.
Yes, that's a really good shot by him. So he's made the most of that.
That's a very good recovery shot from him. I guess that wall ricochet was a smart idea.
Yes, absolutely. I'm seeing something like that after a very long time, to be honest with you, and it's worked out as well. Normally, what happens, we try to do that, it hits the wall, and it kind of stays there, and it doesn't work out the way you'd envisioned.
Not a very idealistic shot.
Now we have Harry coming up on the 70th hole. Decent chip shot by him.
Yeah, Harry is just a little outside the comfort zone, but seems to be a fairly straightforward putt from there.
Whenever I think of the word Harry, I can only think of Clint Eastwood's famous Western, Dirty Harry. For all of you Hollywood classic movie lovers, that's definitely one that you must watch. A little off topic, but just to keep you engaged.
It's that Dirty Harry is the way that shot was just pulled off by Azhar. There you have Pro Tracer. That's a good one-hander by Muniappa.
They're making it look rather simple. You just swing in and all down the middle. And if you saw, the colors of the tracer were all different.
Yeah, they're making it look like they're playing on a PlayStation. It's not as simple as what these young, talented players are making it look like.
I would take umbrage to the word young, Aditya. We're all young. Age is but a number.
Yes, age is but a number, but it's always good to get in to ground reality.
आप कह रहे हैं उम्र का तकाजा.
मैं कह रहा हूँ उम्र का लिहाज.
That I think has a chance. It's tracking. Good putt there on hole number 17.
17 seems to be posing serious troubles for pretty much everybody. Shows to say that it's not a very simple, straightforward par 3. And imagine this hole being the opener, which it used to be last season.
It's a difficult hole indeed. What are your plans, Aditya? Are you going to be playing any tournaments going ahead, or is this commentary just something to take your mind off the rigors of professional golf?
Well, plans are too many. Let me take it as a strand and pull which one is going to work for my benefit.
Or as you say, as Mike Tyson famously said, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Huh?
Fortunately, our sport, that's not happening.
Yes, fortunately. Otherwise, you would always be winning, Aditya. Now that putt, right to left, a little bit of break in that.
Yeah, will be some comfort for him to hold this putt after drawing a very bad lie after that tee shot.
I think he's done really well given where he was.
Yeah, walking off with a solitary bogey on this hole after finding that bad lie is very good work.
It's like extracting victory from the jaws of defeat. That's probably one of the best bogeys that he would have made.
That's probably one of the best bogeys he'll remember also. He can actually relive it by playing it on a loop.
I think that's one of the benefits of live coverage, and really, it's heartening for Indian golf to have this partnership with ABP Network. In addition to the viewers getting to see high quality international golf, I think even for the players, if they are to assess themselves and see their swing and what they did right or wrong, they have live coverage to go back to.
Yeah, it's a very good initiative by ABP to come on board and telecast this sport so that it is reached to the masses. Golf has always had that elitist sport title hashtagged with it for a very long time. But if you come about and see the stories, see the life and timeline of a lot of players from where they have come from and have risen to the top. I mean, look at the leaders,
That was pretty close.
and yet so far.
Yeah, it's the story of life. You hear, then you nod. But you're right. Golf, if we see our top golfers, they all have come from a spectrum of backgrounds. And we've seen a lot of Cinderella stories. You have the likes of Chika Rangappa, Mukesh Kumar, Rashid Khan. I mean, look at his story. A lot of these golfers have actually come from, very modest, humble backgrounds. And they've been able to dominate the sport, not just in the country, but even internationally. So golf does provide you that platform. There are many facilities for junior golfers, and I really do mean it when I say that if you do have juniors who are good, you must reach out to www.pgt of India. There are many resources where many programs for juniors and promising youngsters, and there's a lot of initiatives that are coming around, not just at the end of PGTI, but even the government is taking interest in this because it's an Olympic sport. So
Yeah, as you can say, this sport has grown in magnitude from where it started and certainly is on the correct path.
back to the action. We've seen that Akshay Sharma now sits atop at 11 under par. He's reeled off birdie on hole number 15 and 16. Expect to see some gallery tomorrow, and obviously the rain would have dissuaded a few people. Hopefully, no rain tomorrow. Just ran out of steam there. Should be able to clean up for what appears to be his birdie. And a look at some of the scores today. We're seeing the leader at 11 under par, and we have Abhinav Lohan at 3 under par for the day and 5 under for the tournament. Kshitij Navit Kaul, 3 under for the day and 5 under for the tournament. We've had Shaurya Binu with a 5 under today and 7 under for the tournament. Aman Raj also at 2 under for the day and 1 under for the tournament. So fairly moderate scoring. At the start of the day, I was thinking that scoring would be a lot deeper, but we've seen that the golf course has been able to bear its fangs, and that's been mostly in and around the greens where the players have struggled. And now at Arjun here. But should maybe taper off a little bit to his right. That's some brilliant camera work right there. And just about
missing out on its mark.
good putt right there. And for those of you wondering where the tour goes next, the next tournament is going to be at Coimbatore. And then the tour heads off to Vizag and Hyderabad. And then in October, we have a tournament at Jammu Tawai Golf Course, then Bengaluru, then Panchkula. So you see that the tour is moving to the entire breadth and length of this country. We're having tournaments in all states. Then we have Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational at Chandigarh. Then we have a tournament at Vikrabad, Telangana. Then Dig Boy. And towards the end of November, we have a tournament at Gurugram. And the last three tournaments of the year are at Kolkata, Jaipur, and then the crown jewel, the Tour Championship at Jamshedpur. And only the top 60 golfers and invites get exempted to play the tournament. Ish Kumar, unfortunately missing that putt. Arjun now. He's already seen another player putt on this line, so it should be straightforward for him. No mystery to this putt. So Arjun would remain at 1 over for the day and 4 under for the tournament. There you see that customary handshake. Golf is a lot about etiquette. It's playing with your colleagues, and then at the end of the day, you shake hands and then go your separate ways.
And a small update for all of you as we draw closer towards the end of round 3. Akshay has broken the pack and is in sole lead at 11 under par on his own, followed by a tied for second position by 3 people, Zamal, Sunit, and Divyanshu.
For a lot of you who are new to golf, you must be wondering what the player is doing with that sort of divot tool and making those inundations on the green. It's actually that in golf, you're allowed to level the playing surface if there are any abnormalities caused by a pitch mark or any
kind of man-made abnormalities you can.
Yes, but you cannot improve your line of play. So there's a fine line. Golf is a lot about self-reporting. It's probably one of the only few games that the onus of honesty lies on the player and his colleagues. So that's why they call it a gentleman's game. The severity of punishment for erroneous reporting of score is pretty high. So that's why I see that honor is a pretty big word when it comes to golf.
Yeah, and there have been a lot of examples, and Sanit has trained a long one on the 17th.
So seems like all that gardening that he did worked out for him. That's a good putt there.
Keep the environment clean and green.
Akshay here now at hole number 17. Let's see if he can extend that lead.
Yeah, he seems to be doing his due diligence on being very meticulous about the line.
One thing I like about this player that he has very positive body language. That even the way he walks with intent and walks at quite a brisk clip. You never see him really hang his head when things are not going his way. He has that sort of confident air about himself, and I think that makes a lot of difference. Talking about sports psychology, it's a lot about how you see yourself is eventually how things happen. So he always has a very aggressive, positive mindset. Just about leaving it short. Should be able to make his par and would remain at 11 under par.
11 under par is where the leader is right now, and could be a possibility with a relatively straightforward par 5 coming up that we could see slight change in at the top.
Jamal's trousers are reminding me of the super hit movie Barbie. I know he might not like the comparison, but the color is the same. So it's either that or it's Pink Panther. Either ways, it's a downhill putt, left to right, and
I think it's less on Pink for being Barbie.
Barbie has been veering off topic. It's been a real big hit. I don't know if you have had the time to go see that movie yet. That's definitely on my to-do list. I pretty much assume you're more of an Oppenheimer kind of a guy, but
Yeah, I saw Oppenheimer, wasn't very.
and there you have it. Not the ideal outcome, and that would see him 2 shots adrift off the leader. Not very happy with that. I was expecting that ball to break to the right, so
Yeah, I guess Paul started just a hair off target because didn't break that much. Yeah, getting back to Oppenheimer, it's a brilliant movie. Thankfully, I understood it.
yeah, rather complicated topic, and you really have to do your research before you go watch that movie. And that's why I say that just watch golf and tune into ABP Network. You don't really need to think. We'll do that for you, and we'll try our best to entertain you.
But in a nutshell, it will make us think to talk what do we have to do. So the story still circles back to its
Yes,
origin.
that's the commentator's job. As we have a look at the top tracer technology, fantastic view of how that ball travels in the air. If only if it were that simple that just goes down the fairway.
Buzzer coming up a little short than he would have liked from that distance, but I guess the ball was in the rough and he was expecting a bit of a flyer. This came out a little.
How could the conditions change tomorrow? I think the difference would be if we have a dry day, that would actually maybe help these players with the prodigious
course it
distance
would.
they hit the ball. Yes, Harinder on hole number 18. That's a fantastic shot right there by Harry.
Yeah, that's a very good shot by Harry. I'm presuming this is his third shot on the par 5. Could help him boost his chances coming up for tomorrow. Because Harry is not far from the leaders. He's sitting pretty at 9 under par, just 2 shots away from the leader.
Yes, I think if he makes that birdie, and you also determined by the leader group is determined by who had a better round on the third day, right?
Yeah, always good to go with a positive intent, which obviously thrives from what you've done on that day.
We also have some more developments coming our way. Sunit Bishnoi has regained his place on the leaderboard as the leader. He birdied 16 and 17, so a lot of metal there being exhibited by Sunit.
Yes, Sanith has made use of the par 5 16 and made it look very simple on the par 3 par 3 17th, where a lot of people have faltered away. I won't be surprised if the par 3 17th is playing a little fraction over its par because of the pure simple difficulty level on it.
We also have to make a note that professional golfers really need to have an equilibrium about themselves. They need to focus for a long part of the day. A tournament is actually something that goes on over 5 or 6 days. The 4 days are the official playing days. Then you have a practice round and sometimes a pro-am. And conditions like rain only exacerbate, the conditions in terms of how golfer needs to focus for the entire duration of the day. It can be pretty draining. I remember that when we would play tournaments and the day would get long, and which it invariably would when I was playing it, you'd end up with a throbbing headache at the end of the day. You really need to think so much about what's happening, what's the line, and where you are in a tournament. So it just does take a toll.
Throbbing headache, body aches, they're part and parcel of we getting old and the game getting more difficult for us.
Yes, absolutely.
Doesn't seem to be the case for Sanit and Akshay, who are drawing far ahead of the leading pack.
Yes, Sanit now at 11 under par, joined by Akshay Sharma with one hole to go.
So, those of you who are joining us, we are coming towards the end of round 3 coverage provided by ABP of the India Cements Pro Championship 2023 being held at TNGF. We've seen some seriously exciting golf, some heartbreaks, and some very good play of by people to help themselves reach the pedestal at top towards reaching numero uno place. Divyanshu Bajaj being the star performer of day, shooting an 8 under par. Very, very rarefied air by anybody, especially on a moving day. He's jumped quite a few positions, given himself a realistic chance. And as we have a look at what the lead looked like, Sanit has found himself back at top at 11 under par. He's 1 under for the day, tied with Akshay Sharma of Chandigarh, who's at 2 under par, followed closely by Divyanshu, who's sole third at third, and Harinder and Zamal are 2 shots back at 9 under par. What this says that it's going to be a very interesting day for tomorrow. Brings in a lot of players who can be at top, a lot of exciting finish being available tomorrow live as well from Chennai. There you have the final group. Akshay seems to be in the fairway, Zamal just off, but has a very good angle because the green seems to open up from that side. All three have the length and the firepower to make it on 2 onto the green. Akshay seems to be the first to go off. Good lie. And here's a drone shot of what he is going to be attacking at. A small gallery seems to be having gathered up. Even the young one seems to be enjoying some good golf being played. Once again, here's a look at the top five for round three. Sanit and Akshay are at 11 under par. Tied third at 10 under par is Divyanshu and Harinder Gupta. Solo, fifth position is occupied by Zamal. Could change very soon as the last hole happens to be a par five.
Aditya, can you tell us a little bit about the final hole? What is the shape of this hole, and what kind of clubs are we expecting the players, and what's the landing area?
Well, the final hole is a straightforward par five. It has a slight elevation change in the fairway, sloping from back to front. The actual play for this hole is as good as you can be off the tee. Use length, drive it as far as possible. Try to give yourself an iron in. But very important in such conditions where the rough is heavy and sticky that you find the fairway. So as you've just seen, Akshay had found the fairway and Zamal and Sunit are on the heavy stuff.
What kind of distance are we expecting the players to have for the second shot?
I remember hitting a 7-iron into this last time when we were here, but we were playing in extreme heat. The fairways were running. There was a lot of gust of wind, absolutely opposite of what's happening right now.
So it's 481 yards, as it says on the scorecard. So
yes, but because of the severity of the slope in the fairway, it's difficult to land it in the fairway and keep it in because the ball gets a left or a right kick, which is very strong.
okay. So currently that we're seeing, what kind of distance do you think the players are at?
I won't be surprised if all three of them are nearing the 200 mark for the second shot coming up in. Because Akshay used a hybrid, so I'm sure he's just around the corner of about 110, 115 yards. I won't be surprised if you look at Sanit's caddy, he's got an iron in his hand. So it's definitely reachable. It's not one of those modern age par fives where.
Yeah, I think if you look at the yardage, even on the card, it's just 480 and just some. So if anything, it's actually a par 4 yardage, right?
Yeah, but it seems not to be playing like that. Because we've seen very few birdies on this hole. That means the rough on the right-hand side is very severe.
What a picturesque golf course, and I think the vantage point of this drone really does change your view. It gives you a nice aerial view of what all it entails.
Yeah, it's showcasing everything which is there.
So seems that the drone is actually following the players. It's really
That's
something that
impressive feat by whoever is flying that drone. Gives you a realistic view of what's up, what's in front. I guess Sunith has found himself maybe about 20, 30 yards short of the green. Not a bad place to be. Gives you a straightforward shot coming up for your third.
I can see those tennis courts on the right hand side.
Yeah. Clay courts that are rare sighting these days.
Yeah, Rafael Nadal's favorite.
Absolutely. King of clay.
Let's see who's going to be the king this week.
There you can see Akshay using preferred life for his advantage.
Currently at 2 under for the day, 11 under for the tournament. I remember having this conversation with you earlier, and I said that Mukesh is somebody that you can put your money on. He's 3 shots behind, and then I thought Jamal is somebody who has the experience of winning. But it seems that Sunit and Harinder have shown that I might not have been totally correct, and it seems like Mukesh is 3 shots behind, still in with a shot. But if either one of Akshay or Sunit makes a birdie, I think that chasm just widens a little more.
Yes, that does. And both of them are in pole position to do that. They both are in the short stuff. They both have very small shots coming up. Won't be surprised if both of them end up birding this hole.
Yeah, really nice work with the drone there. It's not quite sure that I think he's left it short.
Yeah, he left it a little shorter than he would have liked, but I think it's still inside 10 feet. Going uphill should not be that big an issue. Yeah, but certainly you would have liked it to be more or less of a tap-in, mere formality. Leaves the door slightly open for Akshay.
Yes. I think it's safe to say that the inaugural India Cements Pro Championship 2023 has been a resounding success so far in as far as quality golf is concerned. You have the national games medalist Sunit Bishnoi leading. You have the winner Akshay Sharma. You have experienced Harinder Gupta, international player Jamal Hussain, Divyanshu with a stellar 8 under par. Then you have the long hitting Abhijit Singh Chadha. You have the legend Mukesh Kumar. So it's a really good mix on top of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. It's just setting up to be a very exciting final round tomorrow.
You know how the chipping stance of a player is a little different from their full game. You see that the back is a little more hunched when you are chipping.
Well, that's because people want more precision, and it always helps to have a narrower stance in this.
Oh, that's a good chip. Just about a couple of feet by. Should be able to make that for his birdie.
Yeah, that is a very good attempt from that far out. Both the leaders would be trying to make birdies on the last hole so that they have a positive stride towards round 4. It's always easier to sleep after a birdie.
Absolutely. I think that's the ideal finishing hole. Nice and comfortable. They can actually make a birdie on this one.
Yeah, but the closing hole now in TNGF, which is par 5, par 3, par 5 is going to be really interesting for tomorrow.
Yes, it's
Serious.
it reminds me a little bit of BPGC. Pretty similar. A birdie, a birdie eagle finishes as birdie par, birdie or a birdie eagle also is on the cards as we see that brilliant shot right there.
I would presume that's a very small putt left for Zamal for birdie.
Yes. Zamal has not had the best of finishes. He's sort of running out of steam there. He's bogeyed 14, 15, and then 17. Fatigue also does play a part. जैसे कि अपने श्रोताओं को हमने बताया गोल्फ टूर्नामेंट 4 दिन चलता है और फिटनेस तो चाहिए ही लेकिन फोकस भी बहुत ज़रूरी है आपके एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो क्रिकेट के टेस्ट मैच की तरह है जो 5 दिन चलता है
बिल्कुल सही बात है क्रिकेट के टेस्ट मैच की तरह है जो 5 दिन चलता है बट क्रिकेट के टेस्ट मैच में प्लेयर रेस्ट ले सकता है बीच में यहाँ कोई आराम की गुंजाइश ही नहीं है यहाँ सिर्फ श्रम मेहनत ही रंग लाने वाली है
हाँ ये आपकी बात सही है लेकिन थोड़ा सा ये भी है क्रिकेट खेलते हुए कब जनाब बाउंसर आ जाए आपको 150 की स्पीड पे वो नहीं है यहाँ पे बाउंसर ऐसा है आप चल रहे हैं दूसरे खिलाड़ी की बॉल आ जाए कहाँ से ये वजह है तो फर्क है बट 4 दिन का आपको फोकस रखना है आपको फिटनेस अपनी रखनी है फिर आप ऐसे बॉल गिरा सकते हैं होल में
बहुत ही बेहतरीन पट सनित के द्वारा आखिरी होल पे बर्डी काफी फायदेमंद साबित हो सकती है, ताकि
काफी महत्वपूर्ण भी हो सकती है। देखा जाए कि टूर्नामेंट इज
बट इस बर्डी का मतलब क्या हुआ, दैट कि अगला आने वाला पट जो उनके सह खिलाड़ी अक्षय के लिए है, उस पे दबाव थोड़ा ज्यादा होगा, ताकि वो भी उसी स्कोर को मैच कर सके।
ये तो जरूर है, क्योंकि उन्होंने बता दिया कि देखिए अब मैं चैंपियन हूं, आपको भी बर्डी करनी पड़ेगी, मैंने तो बर्डी कर दी है। तो
और आप देख सकते हैं कि बहुत ही नजदीक से भी कभी कभी गेंद अपने होल की तरफ जाते जाते अचानक से दिशा बदल देती है, और जो आप सोच रहे थे वैसा होता नहीं है। सो इतना आसान नहीं है ये गेम, जितना ये
हाँ,
लग
सो ये
रहा है।
आपने देखा, ये प्लेयर चूक गए जमाल इस बार, और बैड लक कह सकते हैं, या फिर फोकस थोड़ा नहीं रहा। यही मैं आपको कह रहा था कि अब चौथे दिन, अभी तो 3 दिन हुए हैं, एंड में आप अगर थोड़ा भी आपका, अगर जैसे कहते हैं ना कि नजर हटी दुर्घटना घटी, तो पटिंग में ये बहुत सत्य है। ये 4-5 फुट के अंदर हमने देखा है कि खिलाड़ियों से बड़ी गलतियां हुई हैं, और उनके पट अंत में एंड मोमेंट में जाके चूक गए हैं। Now back to the action. We have a look at.
The pressure putt for Akshay. I'm sure he's going to hold it.
Let's see if he can answer the call, and he can. He makes a birdie of his own and would join Sanit at 12 under par, right?
Yeah, both. It appears to be that both of them have made their birdies and are now tied at 12 under par for the sole position.
I
Would
think,
make things really interesting. Those were some really nerves of steel by Akshay after that first putt from Sanit.
and that would be us. Be it all from us here at the studio. We covered India Cements Pro Championship 2023, the penultimate day for you. And Sanit Bishnoi, Akshay Sharma will be our co-leaders at 12 under par. I was your host, Shwar Singh, joined alongside by my co-host Aditya Raj Chauhan. I hope you enjoyed our live proceedings, and आप सब ने हमको लाइव स्ट्रीम पे ज्वाइन किया है, हमें बहुत खुशी हुई देख के। अगर कोई कमेंट्स है, कोई क्वेश्चन, आप जरूर हमको रीच आउट करिए। एंड आदित्य, एनी पार्टिंग थॉट्स फ्रॉम योर एंड?
Yes, stay tuned, stay live, and stay ready for an action-packed sequence which is going to come up for you in round 4 from the same venue at the same channel, pretty much at the same time. Round 4 is going to be very exciting, as we have a bunch of really talented players gunning out for number 1 spot.
So that's it from us, folks, and we'll join you again same time tomorrow morning. Thank you.